Welcome, everyone. We're live here in El Paso, Parkland High School. Ty Friend and Saab with you tonight as the Hobbs Eagles get ready to take on Parkland High School, the Matadors. We're doing our sound check right now for the internet, hobbsamerica.com, the YouTube Hobbs Sports page, and the Cole 95.7 Facebook page. Chance of maybe possible storms later tonight. We're hoping we can get this game going before that happens, and maybe lightning and some stuff like that to deal with. But Sovereign, this is a big game because the Eagles' first taste of Texas this year, the only taste of Texas, but Hobbs getting ready for a big district here down the road pretty quickly. They got Las Cruces next week, which is ranked second in the state, so lots of things to kind of see where they're at after a 2-1 record.
Yeah, man, it's going to be a nice game to see tonight, man. And this is my first time, man, since I've been playing, man. We never really came and played no Texas team too much like that, man. So to see Hobbs come out here and play a Texas team, be brought down here to Texas, man, and be able to, put the game face on, man, it's going to be amazing to see.
Both teams, at least one team, I should say, Hobbs out in the field right now. They'll be wearing their white uniforms, black numbers, and they're getting themselves limbered up right now. The home team, Parkland, is in the field house at this point, but we're right off the Purple Heart Highway, probably the easiest high school for us to get to coming from the south, and getting a chance to just get right off the road and not have to deal with the rush hour traffic. But, again, both teams excited to play each other. Last year did, too, at Watson Stadium at Hobbs. Eagles winning by 4, 41-37, so very close ball game. A couple player shifts with graduation, etc., so he can't always base last year's final on this year's game that's coming up, but it should be a good one. We're going to probably see a lot of rushing attack for Parkland versus the Hobbs Eagle mixed bag. Could be a good rushing for Hobbs, too. We've seen some guys that they keep getting hurt, though, and we have to interchange somebody else, then they get 200 yards a game. It just depends on who they mix and match with.
Man, and that's a good thing to see, man. That's how you know every time, every game that we come out to, man, you get ready and you expect, improvement. And that's what I'm ready to see tonight, man. Some great improvement by other players that's ready to showcase and make a big play out here tonight.
Well, I call this a sound check, but we're doing the pregame show right now, so I'll go ahead and stop it because we will come back here in about
most definitely.
Yeah, we'll come back here in about 10 minutes, 6:45 with the pregame show. We'll get you ready for Hobbs Eagles and the Parkland Matadors here in the Sun City, El Paso. A little bit of cloud cover tonight, maybe some storms later on. We'll see. Stay with us live on hobbsamerica.com, YouTube, and the Cole 95.7 Facebook page.
Yes, sir.
So right now you're covering part of the sideline, but I did send you a pic. That way you Ty can look it over. Also, stream volume is good.
Welcome live to El Paso, Texas. Ty Friend and Sovereign with you. Mr. Anthony, as we get ready for Hobbs Eagle football on HobbsAmerica.com, YouTube, and the Cool 95.7 Facebook page on the internet, and on the radio at Cool 95.7, plus the Cool 95.7 app on the cell phone. We've got a big game tonight as the Hobbs Eagles on the road to the Sun City, taking on El Paso Parkland, the Matadors. Two teams met last year, 41-37 win for Hobbs at Watson Stadium, but they're on the road tonight. Haven't been to these El Paso schools for quite a few years. I believe the first time they played Parkland on the road.
Yeah, man, it's amazing to see, man. I haven't been here before either as well, man, even when I was playing on the field and everything like that, man. It was a great game. Last game, man, phenomenal to see, man, and I'm ready to see a big game tonight.
Of course, the Eagles last week knocking off the defending 5A state champs Roswell High. They were ranked second in the state last week in the Max Preps poll. Final in that one, victory for the Hobbs Eagles, 37-27. Kind of a lackluster second half. Hobbs did have the lead at halftime, 23-7, and ended up with 14 points in the second half compared to Roswell's 20. So they got outscored in the second half. But the Eagles' offense, unbelievable number, 625 yards of offense in that game. 338 in the run attack, and definitely passing the ball well, too, at 287. So 625. Junior Medrano, 18 carries, 223 yards, 2 touchdowns, averaging 12.4 a pop. And he was the big rusher in that ball game. We should mention in the rushing game, we've had different backs stepping up. Game one, we had Seamus Wright over 200 yards. Then we had DeMarcus Hill in game 2 over 200 yards. Both of those guys got hurt. And since week 1, Wright has not returned. Hill went down in that second game. And now a question mark is whether he'll be at 100% tonight with the high ankle sprain. But we had Medrano stepping up big as a quarterback, scrambling around, doing a good job reading the field, and he came up with the big yardage carries, as we mentioned, 223.
Man, yeah, man, it was phenomenal to see, man, those players make those, much of an impact on the field, and I'm ready to see more tonight as well. Man, Medrano had a wonderful game, an amazing game last game, man, and, man, just took the team up on his shoulders, man, to keep going, to know that, hey, man, I want to come out here, I want to play right, I want to be able to be that leader for my team, step up as a quarterback, and be able to make some great plays. And so, man, and like you said with Hill, man, having a little ankle sprain, last game, man, hopefully, man, he can come out here better than ever, man, recover throughout the week of practice and training and everything like that, and ready to step up and go hard tonight.
Hill did have 12 carries for 55 before the injury in the second half, so he sat out the rest of the game. Another kid, too, is the Nelson kid. He had 7 carries for 50 yards, most of that coming into the fourth quarter. And he's been kind of the second or third slot in terms of the running backs since the beginning of the season. He kind of moved down once we saw these other two guys raise the cream to the top there. But he's going to have probably a lot of chance to carry the football tonight.
Yes, man, I'm ready to see him step up too as well, man. Hopefully Coach Man can put him in and everything like that, man. And I'm ready to see some great runs by Nelson too as well.
Junior Medrano throwing 18 for 28 for 287 yards. Getting some great receptions on the game. Of course, Justice French, 7 catches for 110 yards. He had a 47-yard touchdown reception for a score. Josh Ortiz had 5 catches, 105 yards. His long was 45. So combined, those two guys catching 12 times for 215 yards. Again, triple digits in terms of the pass receptions, definitely what you want to see. And it kind of mixes up your offense, too. You got some big 200-plus yard runners, but you got some receivers that can go long distance, too.
Yes, man, it's great, man. It's phenomenal, man, and it's going to be a great game, man. I'm ready to see both sides, man, the run game and the passing game.
Getting ready for the national anthem here in El Paso. We will take a 90-second break, come back with more Hobbs Eagle football live on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Welcome back to El Paso. Hobbs Eagle football getting ready here on Cool 95.7, HobbsAmerica.com, YouTube, and the Cool 95.7 Facebook page. Ty Friend, Sovereign Anthony with you. Hobbs Eagles taking on the El Paso Parkland Matadors. We have the ROTC here from Parkland leaving the field with the flag right now. Kind of a windy night here for football. We have a lot of cloud cover, and there's a potential chance for some storms later tonight. We'll have to wait and see if that transpires. But we're going to get underway at this game, I think, for at least a half before that might be an issue. But will that affect the game, do you think, for the Hobbs Eagles in this one? When they kind of mix it up a little bit with the running game and the pass.
Man, hopefully not, man. I hope the weather can kind of just pass over us in this game so the game can just keep going forward, man, and great football can just go all the way straight through, because sometimes when, weather comes and then you might have, false delays and stuff like that can kind of slow the players down. So hopefully that do not come tonight in this game where the game can just run smooth and go by and see some great football all the way through.
We mentioned before the break that, Hobbs was 625 offensive yards last week. Definitely good against Roswell with the big-time running game, 338, 287 in the pass game. Did give up 388 yards to Roswell, 212 in the run and 176 in the pass. We had some good defensive players stepping up in that game. The linebacker, Gavin McPherson, he finished with 14 tackles to lead the Eagles and had a fumble recovery as well. So he was having a yeoman's work there at that linebacking core. Aiden Glum, 11 tackles as well. And then Robert Garcia, one of the DBs for the Eagles, at 10. So those three guys, double digits in tackles in the contest. Eagles had 3 tackles for loss as well. We saw Mora, that also played some receiver in that game, coming out of the safety position for 8 tackles. And Mackey from the line, 8 total for him as well, 3 for loss. So lots of guys stepping up, and winning against the defending 5A state champs, nothing to sneeze at.
Yes, man, it's going to be great, man. I'm ready to see the defense also improve too as well, man, because like you said, they had a great game last game and, man, pulled some things, man, that I was, wasn't expecting to see, but, man, they proved me wrong. And so, man, I'm ready to see more of that on the field tonight and ready to see some great hits, some big tackles, man, some interceptions. Man, I'm ready to see some great football tonight, Ty.
This El Paso Parkland team, they're into their 3rd week now of the season. They lost to Ysleta to start it off 28-14 in that one. It was tied 14 at the end of the 3rd, but Ysleta outscored them 14-0 in the 4th quarter. In terms of the passing game, only 68 yards in the air for the Matadors and 288 in the run for 356 yards. They had actually more yardage than Ysleta, who had 314, so about 42 more. But still, the running game is where they're very dominant. They definitely can move the football down the field. Carter Perez, 17 carries, 115 yards, so triple digits for him. Elijah Gonzalez finished with 86 yards. But that Perez kid can really move it up the field.
Man, so, man, it's going to be great to see that, man, tonight and everything like that. But also, man, just seeing that what the defense can be able to do when that type of pressure come up on them tonight. And so I'm ready to see how they can be able to adjust that, be able to attack that, and be able to get onto it.
Last week, Parkland upped their record to 1-1 with the victory over El Paso Riverside, a close one, 43-36. Rushing game going good once again. This time around, they had 2 in triple digits. Carter Perez once again, 17 carries, 164 on the ground, 3 touchdowns for him. And Jordan Reese, a kid that played last year against the Eagles in Hobbs, had 9 carries, 103 yards, averaging 11.4 a pop. So Perez and Reese, the Hobbs Eagle defense better be ready for. Hobbs has given up some rushing yardage in some of their games this year, especially against Artesia and starting off the season in Lovington a little bit last week against Roswell. But we got the linebacking core and a couple guys on that line that can throw their weight around a little bit.
Man, it's going to be great to see, man. But like a coach used to tell me, Ty, man, it's time to break down, and it's game time.
Last year, these two teams played again at Watson Stadium. Hobbs ended up winning that one 41-37. They had 391 yards for Parkland and Hobbs with 342. So the Eagles get the win on the scoreboard, but they had several less yards. Looks like about 39 less or 49 less than the Parkland team that was on the road. Very close game at the half, 20-16. Hobbs was up. Eagles got a 21-7 additional margin in the 3rd quarter to go up 41-23 at the end of the 3rd. But Parkland outscored Hobbs 14-0 in the 4th quarter. So they tried to get a comeback going there. Just didn't work to the end for the Matadors. Jordan Reese did play some quarterback a little bit last year. He was trading off with another kid. He had 44 yards in the passing game, but was picked off twice by Hobbs. Rushing department back, though, is Reese. He was running the ball quite well as a quarterback. 124 yards on the ground, 5 yards a carry. 3 of their touchdowns were on the ground, so that tells you they were a running team last year as well. But Reese is back, so Hobbs better be ready for him.
Oh, man, oh, man, oh, man, oh, man. When somebody's coming back, man, and they're going to make sure to make a comeback. So, man, again, like you said, Ty, earlier, hopefully Hobbs, man, don't let anything get from the backfield, man, and hopefully that D-line, man, can be able to, contain the perimeter right there in the area where nothing can get past him.
Braddock Beatty, the receiver for the Hobbs Eagles in that game, had 6 catches, 102 yards, 2 touchdowns, and a 55-yarder on top of that. So he definitely was doing a job in the receiving corps. Eagles threw for 290 yards. Of course, his brother Brock Beatty was throwing the football. 5 touchdowns in that game in the air for the Hobbs Eagles. So the passing game was working well against the secondary of the Matadors. Also in that game as well, the rushing game, Seamus Wright, didn't get a lot of time. He was a youngster back then, 10 carries for 6 and a touchdown, though, as a sophomore. That was good to know, although he will not play tonight with the ankle injury. Good defense by a linebacker, Aiden Glum. We mentioned him last week, too, with the showing against Roswell, but he had 19 tackles against El Paso Parkland and 1 interception that he returned for 20 yards. So the linebacker, Glum, he's one of their top defenders this year, and he's going to be expected to step up against Parkland as well.
Yes, man, and I'm ready to see him step up too, man, because that's what I'm always here for, man. I love to see players step up, see players do great work and improve. And so, man, I believe, man, there's going to be a great game tonight. It's going to be a game to see, something a lot of people do not want to miss, and be able to get ready, man, because it is game time.
Couple of defenders for El Paso Parkland in that game last year. A bunch of sophomores, too. Christian Martinez, outside linebacker, 9 tackles. Carter Perez, who plays both ways, had 9 tackles as a sophomore. Julian Gomez, a junior, and Tylik Douglas, a junior, both 9 and 6 tackles apiece. 8 tackles for loss and a sack against the Hobbs Eagles, but the Eagles got the win. So we mentioned that 41-37 in that ball game. Hobbs with 3 sacks for their defense. Hobbs again wearing the white uniforms, black numbers, and black helmets in this one. El Paso Parkland going to wear the black uniforms and gold pants and helmet. As we get ready for the kickoff here, it'll be a kick for the Parkland Matadors going left to right on the radio dial or on the video screen that Sovereign is doing such a great job of right now. And we are here in El Paso. Eagles 2-1. El Paso Parkland 1-1. 1 game less starting a week later than the New Mexico squads like the one they're facing tonight in the Hobbs Eagles. Hobbs, of course, next week plays number 2. Max Prep's number 2 ranked in New Mexico, Las Cruces High, again from their district. As we get ready for the kickoff from the Matadors. The man behind the ball right now to do the boot is Juan Roque, the junior. He's going to keep it on the ground. The onside kick, and to take a roll to the left side. Good dive on it at the 42-yard line. No chance to move it up on this near left sideline. Is getting on top of it was Josh Ortiz. And even Ortiz had a great game last week. He got a carry for 1 yard and a touchdown. You can't be unhappy about that.
That's right, man. I'm ready to see him do some great things tonight on the field, man. He's a great player, great skill player, man. Very athletic when it comes to routes, man. He can get open, man, and, have the quarterback, see him to be able to catch a ball, man. So I'm ready to see that tonight, Bob.
Eagles up to the line of scrimmage at the 42 to get this one started here in El Paso. They'll bring 2 receivers left, 1 to the right side. And in shotgun is Medrano. Eagles have been passing for 536 yards, 992 in the run game for 1,529, averaging 178 in the air and 331 on the ground so far this season. Bring a man in motion left to right is Ortiz. He'll get the handoff around the right end. The guy I just mentioned minutes ago. Spin move at the 40, diving ahead close to the 45. I think his leg might have gone down the knee, just shy of the 45. So going to give him 3 on that one. Ortiz on the reverse, coming from left to right. So Coach Stevens starting to move different people around a little bit to get some momentum with the run game.
I love that, man, and great spin-off, man, to get up the field, man. So I love that.
2nd down and 7, close to the 45-yard line. Shotgun, twins left and right. Fake the handout, back to throw. Medrano going to throw the out route at the first down stick. Caught. And Beatty spins at the 45 of the Matadors, and he will get the first down and then some. A 10-yard catch for Beatty to move the chains already for the Eagles. 1 for 1 in the passing game. He was right in front of the Hobbs bench on the far right sideline. Eagles again at the territory of the 44 of the Matadors. Matadors lining up in a 4 front. They got 3 linebackers right behind the front. 2 on the left side receivers, 1 on the right. Fake the handoff and to the motion man. Give it to the right side of the line and trying to get outside of the right front of the Hobbs Eagle bench at the right hash, but going down quickly. Looks like maybe a 4-yard pickup on the forward progress that time. The man with the football is DeMarcus Hill, kind of waiting to see who it was because we've had guys going down and coming back, and I don't think we're going to get a chance to see Seamus Wright tonight, but Definitely like to have him back as well with that 200 yards he had in the 200-plus yards against Lovington in game 1. Looks like they're going to give him about a 3.5-yard pickup for Hill. He had the ankle injury last week. Twins left, receiver right. 2nd down and 7 from the 41. Man in motion going from right to left. That is Beatty, and we got flags flying. Might have been a little bit of movement there on the line for Hobbs. Maybe some shifting going on. False start called against the Eagles. Hobbs underneath 100 yards of penalties last week, but the previous 2 games, 100+. The whole football field of handkerchiefs. That's something we talked about in the postgame show last week. They got to clean that up.
Yes, man, you got to clean that up this game, man. I'm trying not to see too much of that this game, man. So, again, it comes down to communication, focus on the coach, and hopefully we can not make those mistakes during this game.
2nd down and 12 from the 46. Shotgun Medrano by himself. Twins left and right. Dumps it in the right flat. In dangerous territory at the line of scrimmage, and it gets dropped. That could have been picked off. In and out of the hands that time for the Eagles. DeMarcus Hill just right on the right side of the line there and kind of just camouflaging. Threw it kind of hard at him. Tid Medrano was getting a little pressure there. Eagles now 1 of 2 in the passing game. And they'll line up quickly. Hurry up offense. 3rd and 12 from the 46. Twins left and right. Shotgun Medrano. 2-step drop. He wants to throw. Pump fake. Tucks the ball, goes up the right side hash, 45-40, 35-30, 25-20, 15-10. Touchdown Eagles into the end zone. That's going to be a 46-yard rush up the right sideline in front of the Hobbs Eagle bench. And the Matador defense got stymied inside, and going outside was the quarterback.
Man, that Medrano, man. We just got done talking about him, man. And Medrano, man, he's going to make sure to put that weight on his shoulders and carry it. And so that's what I love to see about him on the field.
Eagles up early 6-0 with 10-10 left in the opening quarter. And getting a second to get all their personnel in there, having to sprint from the sideline. Joseph Reza, the linebacker, lines up on the left side of the kicking line here. Oh, they got another guy on the sideline that's running full speed now. Oh, they got lots of confusion. Guys coming in, guys coming off. It's a mess. They're going to still maybe have enough time to kick this one. If they don't get the delay of game penalty, Beatty will be getting ready to boot it here to take the 7-0 lead. Good snap, kick is up, and the kick is good. Eagles on the scoreboard early here in El Paso. They lead 7-0 with 10-10 remaining first quarter. We'll be back in 30 seconds on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Back live here in El Paso, Ty Fred and Sovereign with you. Sovereign Anthony as the Hobbs Eagles lead 7-0. Quick work for the Hobbs Eagle offense. Saab is a 46-yard run for Medrano, PAT from Beatty, and off to the races.
Man, this start is going off as a good start, man, and that's what you want to do. You want to be able to start the game just like that and go hard and, be able to let and let the people know that it's game time.
Yeah, boy, Medrano really starting to rush well for the Hobbs Eagles. Came into the game at 372, averaging 9.3 a carry. That was for 46 yards. And averaging 124 yards a game. He's almost a third of the way there for the Eagles just with that one touchdown scamper. Eagles will be kicking off. And they won by 4 last year, and it was a pretty close game throughout the early part of that as well. The Hobbs Eagles battling hard with the Matadors at Watson Stadium. 20-16 at the half. Eagles up by 4 and outscored them 21-7 in the third. Here's the kickoff for Beatty, a sidewinder. Going to bounce at the 5 and roll into the end zone and out of the back of the end zone. Automatic touchback. And that'll give the Matadors their first offensive taste at their own 20-yard line. And we'd love to see the defense get some penetration against a very tough rushing offense for the Matadors. They love to keep it on the ground.
Yeah, you know what? And again, I'm really ready to see the D-line be able to, protect the perimeter and don't let nothing get past them, man, or away from them. So I'm ready to see that. I believe the defense is going to come out here and improve and make some great plays.
Automatic touchback here in Texas, the 25-yard line of the NCAA rule situation. And the ball up the middle. And they have 3 different running backs they like to work with as they go plowing ahead for a couple yards on the first carry. Quick work there for Parkland. That was Elijah Gonzalez getting his first rush. They're going to give him about 2 yards on that one. 2nd down and 8. They'll be at the 8-yard line. Eagles got 4 in the box now, make it 5. Shotgun, the pitch around the left end. Up the left hash, putting his head down hard and going down quickly after about a yard or 2 carry. He got down low to the ground that time for Parkland, Carter Perez. So we mentioned 3 running backs. They're going in order, these backs right now.
And you know what, Ty, man, when you got 3 backs, you know, in the back, man, they kind of want to confuse the defense. So it's a good look right now that the defense is keeping, you know, their eye contact and their awareness there. So I'm loving to see that on the field right now.
So Perez with a 3-yarder and Gonzalez a 2-yarder brings up a 3rd down and 5 from the 30. Parkland will send receiver left and right. They got 3 in the backfield, and we got a big jump on the line. They'll go ahead and run the play, rolling right. Looking for some help on the receiving core. Molina to the near right sideline, throws the out route. Actually, receiver to come running down the sideline to come back to the football. Pass intended for Jamal Rocha, incomplete. I thought we'd see a flag on that. The Hobbs Eagles definitely over the line on that in front of the hike of the football. No flag on the field. So that's, still don't see a flag. They're just resetting the ball. Incomplete for the Matadors. For a dominant rushing team, as we mentioned before, on the season. Molina has thrown for 121 yards in those 2 games and rushed for the team, 279 for Perez, 176 for Reese, and Gonzalez, 162. That's going to bring up a 4th down. No flag on that play. 4th and 5 from their own 29-yard line. Punt situation already for Parkland. Hobbs will have 1 back deep at their 45. Bad snap. And a low kick, going to take a wobble to the Eagle 45, rolls to the far left sideline and goes out at the 41. As it's touched dead by the Matadors. By himself that time was Andrew Vera, the DB. So Hobbs Eagles going to have some great field position and already up 7-0 in this one.
Man, it's already off to a great start right now, and the offense is coming out here for another second chance, man. Hopefully, man, coach can see how the defense was operating to make some great plays to be able to get up the field and be able to score again, you know?
Eagles scored on a 46-yard quarterback keeper around the right side up the sideline for the first score for Medrano. Had a rush of 3 for Ortiz and 1 for Hill for 3. A 10-yard catch by Beatty. Twins left and right, bring a man in motion. Beatty from right to left to make it trips. Another formation problem in the backfield, some movement as well. Officials got him the 2nd time now. Another false start. I'm not sure if somebody's stepping forward as the snap comes or not, but that's going to be the 2nd penalty here in the first quarter. We're only 8:56 left in the quarter. 2 penalties for 10 yards already for the Eagles, but still with a 7-point lead.
Yes, you don't want too much penalties on the field because, I mean, it could keep on pushing you back where you're further away from the next first down, so you really don't want that going forward.
2 receivers left, Justice French and Josh Ortiz. They're going to give the handoff up the middle, across the 40, 45, angling right, and trying to get his way to the 50, getting close. As he'll pick up the penalty yards and then some, a 13-yard pickup. And that's coming up for the Eagles, DeMarcus Hill. He's got 2 carries for 16 yards and just about 2.5 yards away from a first down near midfield right now at the 49.5. Still in Hobbs territory, and glad to see him back after that injury last week. Brings the 2nd down and 3, shotgun. Medrano wants to throw. He'll loft it down on the fade route, far right sideline. The receiver well ahead of his defender at the 15, but overthrown. Beatty was churning it out there, and he was about 5 yards past his defender, Jamal Rocha. And if that would have just been a little bit lighter on the throw, over the shoulder there, fingertip catch, he would have been down to the end zone for the score, but incomplete on that one. Hobbs now 1 of 3 in the passing game for 10 yards. First catch was by Beatty earlier on their first series. 3rd down and 3 now for the Eagles at the 49. Clock down to 8:17 left. It is stopped due to the incomplete. Hobbs up 7-0 here in the first. Twins left, receiver right. Beatty going in motion to the left side to make it trips. Also moving to the left side after the shotgun is Medrano. He's tucking it going, diving across the 50. He's going to be short, it looks like. It looks like he got 2 yards into Matador territory at the 49, but not enough for the first. He's going to be about a half a yard short or so. 2nd carry, 48 yards for Medrano. So it'll be about a 4th and about a yard, maybe, barely, at the 49. And I think they're going to do a little gambling here, maybe go with the hard snap call to get an offside penalty on the Matadors. 4th down and short, Twins left and right. Clapping his hands, and the nose guard looked like he almost slapped the football. They didn't blow the flag on that, throw the flag on that one. They gave the Eagles a break on their defense a minute ago. Shotgun good, back to pass, the throw to the far right sideline. The out route almost taken in stride on the INT on the far left sideline. Out route going to the 45. That pass intended for the Eagles receiver, but almost picked off on that sideline. and getting ready to taste his chops for a pick six, Tyler Douglas, and the Eagles escaping a bullet as they went for it on 4th and 1.
Hey, man, to be honest, Tommy, I didn't know what was going down right there at that play, man. I also thought they was going to call a flag right there, but, man, I guess it was something different. But, hey, hopefully the defense can get another chance out here, man, make a stop so the offense can come back and be able to make another great play.
So turnover on downs for the Eagles, 49-yard line of the Matadors, their football, second series, 3 in the backfield. They're going to go with the handoff, stutter step up the middle, dragging people with him and spinning down to the 46 of the Eagles. That'll be a 5-yard pickup, and getting dropped hard on the ground was Gonzalez. And coming to meet him as he came across the line of scrimmage for the Eagles, Joseph Reza. 6-yard pickup for Gonzalez. And for him in this game, that will be his second carry, 8 yards total. Second down and 4 now at the Eagle 45 on the right hash. Hobbs up 7-0 first quarter. Shotgun. Hand off again, this time with the angle right, and getting put down quickly is Gonzalez once again going to the well for another yard pickup. So he's got 3 carries for 9 yards. And coming from the secondary for the Eagles for the wrap-up, Javen Hernandez, the safety. He was sprinting up pretty hard that time. And brings up a 3rd down. It looks like about 2.5 now at the Eagle 44. That'll be on the right hash. Receiver 1 right, 1 left. Again, 3 of the backs in the backfield. Split formation around the quarterback, and he's going to put one in motion to the left side, give it to the tailback. He heads up the gut, trying to go to the first down marker. Needed to get about 3. Think he's going to get it barely as he fell forward on that first down marker. And that will be the first down, 3 for Gonzalez. He's had 4 of the 5 rushes so far in this 2 series that they've had, and a total now of 12 yards. First down for the Matadors, moving the ball into Hobbs Eagle territory, middle of the field at the 41-yard line. Clock ticking at 6:10 left here in the first, 7-0 Eagles. Quick hurry-up offense now, Twins right receiver left. Shotgun, and we got a man in motion right on the right shoulder of the quarterback. Trying to go to the left side behind him was Carter Perez. And the false start, boy, the officials are really watching closely, especially the white cap in the backfield for both teams.
Yes, man, he's keeping his eyes on the field and everything and making sure nothing go wrong. And, again, you don't want too many penalties this game. I know during the first game when we watched it, man, it was so much penalty, so you don't want to kind of see that too much on this game.
Brings up a first down and 15 now. Back it up to the Eagle 46.5-yard line. Eagles put 4 in the front box, receiver right and left for the Matadors. Man in motion left to right, give the man to the tailback the ball. He goes straight forward, and Gonzalez once again the go-to guy. Just a little dive play, 5 yards for Gonzalez, as he now mounting 17 on 5 carries, 3+ yards a carry for Gonzalez. And that will be a second down and 10, so they get their penalty yards back, have it at the Eagles 41, middle of the field. Still the receivers left and right. Shotgun again. Delay handoff. Option left around the left end to the 40. And going outside the left hash towards the Hobbs Eagle bench, meeting a major wall out there. And not much room to get any more extra, maybe about 2 yards. They're going to actually let it stretch out to about 3 that time. And that was, trying to see who that was out there. Appeared to be Carter Perez. And Perez is going to get the 3 yards. That's his second carry for 6. 3rd down and 7 now for the Matadors at the Eagle 38-yard line. 7-0 lead, though, for the Hobbs. Man in motion in the backfield from the left side and going up the gut. Just a big give up the middle, and the Hobbs Eagles going to do the bear hug on him. Not much going on there, maybe for progress if he's lucky. Elijah Gonzalez, and boy, bear hug by Mike Meredith, the 330-pound teddy bear crushing the gut of the running back.
Man, he kind of keeps the defensive line like his home. Like, he don't want nobody to break in, come through, come past his door, but we want to make sure that he keep them outside, and that's what I love about him.
Tell you one thing, Coach Lee McQuarter continues to hand the football off to Gonzalez and not faking many people out. Just pure momentum forward. He's getting some yardage, but now they're facing a 4th and 7, in Hobbs territory at the 38-yard line. 4th down and 7. Trips right, receiver left, ready for shotgun. Is Molina. Back to pass on a 4-step drop. He's going to roll right. Molina's going to throw at the curl route back at the 30 right side, but throws it in the field turf at the feet of Jamal Rocha in front of the Matador bench on the near right into the turf. No chance to catch that one. And 0 for 2 in the passing game for the Matadors. Not their forte in the offense. They like to run the football, but the Eagles get it on a turnover on downs, a punt on the first series. So the Matador offense, even though getting into Hobbs Eagle territory, they're not getting anything on the scoreboard.
Yes, man, and so You know what, man, and hopefully the offense can do much better, man, moving up the field, man. I know that the offense is coming back out here, and maybe they can be able to, make some new plays coming out here.
Hurry up offense, trips left, receiver right for the Eagles. 1st and 10 at their own 38. Back to pass. Medrano throws the out route, caught at the 45. Justice French gets up in it and falls forward for maybe an extra more. He's going to get 8 on that one, his first catch of the game. Eagles now 2 of 5 in the passing game for 18 yards, and they'll mark it at the 46.
And you know what? We're looking pretty good, man, on the passing game also as well, man, also on the running game, man. So with this game, Coach Stevens can either go both ways.
2nd down and 2 from the 46 in Hobbs territory. Twins left, receivers to the right. Man in motion, Beatty right to left. Throw the screen pass right side to French. He fumbles the football as he caught it at the 45 on the hash mark and fumbled it forward. Picked up by the Matadors. That would have been a no-gainer on the play, but the fumble worse than that. That means a turnover. And now it's going to be Hobbs Eagle defense has to get back out of the field quickly, not what you want to see. And now it's going to be on their side of the field heading towards the end zone.
But one thing I don't want the players to do is kind of let this, little mistake kind of put them down, but also build them up to know that, hey, let's go hard, let's fix our head, let's put it back in the game, and let's get started.
Hey, he got hammered from 2 different angles that time as he caught a very quick screen route near the line of scrimmage, tried to fall forward with it, and got it punched out. Matadors have it at the Eagle 46 on the left hash. Their 3rd series. The first 2 have not had any success in terms of scoring. Receiver right, left, shotgun. Back to pass, Molina. Come at the curl route, caught at the 40 of the Eagles and thrown for a couple extra yards. That might have got him about 9 on that one. This is a snag for Parkland by Jamal Rocha. They're going to give him 9. That's the first catch for the Matadors. They're 1 for 3 for 9 yards, and he was thrown down hard for the Eagles corner, Robert Garcia. 2nd down and 1 now at the Eagles 37. Still 7-0, shotgun. Hand the ball up the middle. There's Gonzalez again. He just likes those dives as he gets across the first down stick and further into Hobbs territory. Give him 4 yards on that one.
And you know what? You got to give it to Gonzalez, man. He running the ball very well out there. What the defense don't want him to do is get so comfortable where they get behind him. So hopefully the defense can be able to stop that, attack that, and be able to, quit it from going on forward.
He's 7 for 21. 3 yards a pop. Give it to angling left. He came to the right, faked it, came back on it, and tries to get to the middle of the field. But it's get hard in the gap that time, middle gap. As coming up strong with the helmet down, Amron Wheeler, the defensive end. So Gonzalez, they look like it gave him maybe a half a yard progress on that one. So 22 in the game so far on 8 carries. 2nd down and 9. Ball at the 37 or make it the 33 of the Eagles. 2:16 left first quarter. Hobbs up 7-0. Trips left, receiver right. Quarterback keeper, right hash, 35-30. And gets flopped down on his butt there as he gets across the 30 to the 29. And he's met hard for the Eagles linebacking core, knocking him down hard, Gavin McPherson. He'll get 6, the quarterback. In fact, that's his first carry of the game. Molina, they've had 3 different ball rushers at this point. Of course, Gonzalez doing the predominant number on the ground. 3rd down and 4 now for the Matadors at the Eagle 28-yard line. Shotgun, pump fake, tuck again. Here goes Molina up the middle. Was going to do a little juke and drag there as he just got ahead as best he could. Receivers got closed up quickly. Was first looking on the right sideline to Jamal Rocha, but he's going to get 2 yards just trying to stay alive at the middle of the field on the rush.
And you know what? What I'm seeing out there, man, kind of look like a lot of false plays, man, to not knowing if the play is on or play is going or not and stuff like that. But that's what we're seeing out there. But, man, they're looking pretty good. The defense looking pretty good, man. Meredith is making sure nothing get past him, and that's what I love to see by him out there.
Got a timeout on the field. 4th down and 2. Big call here for Coach McWhorter and the Matadors from this team here in El Paso, Parkland High. So we'll take a quick break as well. 30 seconds back with you. The Hobbs Eagles lead 7-0 over the Parkland Matadors. Welcome back to El Paso. A pass on a 4th down and 2, kind of lofting it down towards the pylon on the right side. That will be a catch for 23 yards. Snagged near the right pylon for El Paso Parkland.
Wow, man. Wonderful play right there, man. You got to give it to, man, Parkland, man. There was a wonderful throw right there, man. Again, like we said, Ty, man, the defense, we cannot allow things to get past us.
That was Rocha's second catch for 32 yards. He got the handoff up the middle. Gonzalez zigging to the left and dropped down at the 2-yard line. They'll give him 2 on that one on the forward progress. Actually, they're going to only give him the original catch for Rocha was 21, so 2 catches for 30. They're 2 for 4 in the passing game are the Matadors. Second down and goal from the 2. That was their 3rd first down on that previous catch. They'll load up the backfield with 3 running backs. They'll bring them out of motion right to left. Give the ball back to Gonzalez again. No trickery on that one. Just give it right up the gut, and he's diving towards the goal line. I think he's short. They're waiting to see any signal from the line judges here. Head linesman, and I'm going to say a 1-yard pickup for Gonzalez. Did not break the goal line, so they'll be short. Looks like about a half a yard from the touchdown zone here. Clock at 19 left in the first. Hobbs up 7-0 after they started off with a 46-yard rushing touchdown for the quarterback Medrano, Junior Medrano. Everybody and their brother in the backfield with 3 running backs plus the QB. He's going to bring a man in motion. He's going to tuck it, go himself, puts his head down, dives across the goal line to the right and scores. 1-yard run for Molina for the touchdown. His 3rd carry for 9 yards. And the Matadors on the scoreboard have a chance to tie it with an extra point here. So that gobbled up the rest of the first quarter clock. That will end the first quarter, but first they'll get the kick here for the Matadors. Long pass got him in this position to score as we await the kick. Snap is good. Oh, boy, they have a trouble trying to kick it. The foot got knocked into the field turf, and he kind of stutter-stepped. And just pulling away was Christian Martinez. I don't know if the holder held on to it too long or not, but it looked like he was trying to get his foot down. It looked like the front of his foot just jammed to the field turf, and he tried to – it looked like a cartoon trying to move it like a robot there, and it just wouldn't kick the football for some reason.
Yes, man. It's been a lot of, man, getting stuck, man, with the Parkland team, man. But, man, great way to be able to stop the play, be able to make a play by the defense, man. And I believe, man, it was by Mora. So Mora went out there, man, be able to make a big play on the field goal attempt.
So PAT no good. 7-6. Eagles by 1 to start the second quarter. Back in 60 seconds. Make it 30 on the Hobbs Eagle Network.
Go.
7-6 score here in El Paso as the Hobbs Eagles holding on to a 1-point lead. A missed PAT for Parkland after a 1-yard touchdown run for the QB Molina. Hobbs will be the receiving team now. We're in the white uniforms, black helmets, and the black and gold of the Matadors. They'll do a high one, end over end, but it's a short kick at the 40. It's fumbled by the Eagles out of bounds. We're going to see if they had possession or not. They came to the left sideline here in front of the Parkland bench. Trying to track it down for the Eagles off his fingertips in the air. Brian Estrada, the tight end. Looks like Hobbs might have recovered, but it was a close one, Sovereign, and a lot of bodies flailing there near the sideline. And it got right in traffic, too, where you got all these players standing on the sideline. Kind of hard to judge it when you're the Hobbs Eagle, Estrada, heading to the sideline, gets it bobbled off his fingertips and has to go retrieve it, and you're right in front of those kids on the sideline.
And you know what, Ty, man, that comes with communication, man. You want to be able to have communication on the field and know, I got it, I can do this. And so, man, hopefully and unfortunately, man, the favor lands in Hobbs' hand, and we can move forward with the offense.
Good field position regardless for the Eagles. Looks like at the 40s where they're going to mark it. Middle of the field there. 11:57 left, second quarter. Hobbs up 7-6. 46-yard touchdown run for Medrano, the quarterback for the Eagles. And the PAT, Molina, get the 1-yard run, the quarterback for Parkland. Missed the PAT on the kick. Hobbs at the 40 as they come back out for their third series. Twins left and right. Going to go shotgun. As Medrano waits for the shotgun snap, two-step drop. He's going to fire the curl route at the 50. It's caught and falling forward, I should say, on his butt that time to get the 11 yards for the first down. Justice French, good state of mind to keep concentration on the football as he fell forward, but going backwards, backpedaling forward on his butt that time, he got 11.
And you know what, Ty, man, that was an unbelievable catch right there because a lot of people can be able to make it between two other defendants.
Second first down for the Eagles at the 50. Handoff coming around. No, Medrano keeps it, comes around the line thin himself. He's got his ankle stripped from behind by Julian Gomez, a linebacker. Don't think he got forward progress that he wanted. He got back to the line of scrimmage. No gain for Medrano. 3 carries for 48 yards. That's a 16-yard at a pop now for the quarterback. French has had 3 catches for 19. Beatty 1 for 10. Hobbs 4 of 7 in the passing game for 29. Second down and 10 from the 49. Shotgun. Medrano tucks it, goes around the left end, 50, 45, and has got his waist thrown out of the ground. He's going to get 4 on the play. Has a bear hug from behind and shaking his hand after making the tackle. I think it might have hit hard on the field turf there. Was Julian Arenas, the linebacker. 5-yard pickup for Medrano for the Eagles. That's his 4th carry for 53. Hurry up offense. 3rd and 5 from the Matador 44. Twins left and right. As Medrano back in shotgun. Delay handoff of the draw to the left side around the end to the 45 and diving forward for a couple more, possibly 3, as he's holding guys on his back and continues to pump on that one. For the Eagles, that was Hill, his 3rd carry for 19 yards. So he's averaging over 6 a carry. 4th down and long 2 for the Eagles now at the Matadors' 42-yard line. And boy, they're keeping the defense with their tongues hanging out. Hurry up offense going for the Eagles. Trips right, 2 receivers left. By himself in the backfield is Medrano. Looks to the sideline. Possible change of the call here on the audible. 4 on the front line for the Matadors. High snap, 2-step drop. Curl route, caught at the 32. That will be a first down. 6 yards on the play that time. Coming up with a catch for the Eagles was Josh Ortiz. Important catch there, his first. Eagles now 5 of 8 in the passing game for 35 yards. 3rd first down for Hobbs. They lead 7-6 with 10 minutes left here in the second. Team now looking at the sideline for Coach Stevens calling the offense. No huddle, though. Trips left, receiver right. Now 5 in the box for the Matadors. Medrano slapping his hands together, stays in the pocket, throws the out route, catch at the 30. Kind of a slow motion play that time as Justice had a little bit of time just to wait for that ball to come to his fingertips. Luckily, the cornerback didn't slip underneath and pick 6 the other way, but French is going to get the 11 yards for the first down on that catch. Back-to-back 11-yard catches for 30 yards total so far. Eagles 6 of 10 or 9 in the passing game. 4th first down. Shotgun for Medrano at the 26. There's a screen route left. Caught by Beatty. Nice juke move. Heads to the far left to the 25. There's a flag midway through his run after the catch. Now, all that dancing around got him about 4 yards, but the flag doesn't look good for the Eagles.
Yeah, man, when you catch the ball like that, man, you don't want to do too much dancing around, man. You just want to catch the ball. You want to move straight up the field. So we got a flag out there on the play, so we're going to see what that's about.
Early indicator of maybe a holding penalty against the Eagles. And all that dancing around gets your blockers kind of figuring out where you're going to go, and they might reach out and grab a jersey. So it's going to be a hold penalty against the Eagles. That will be for them their 3rd for a total of 20 yards.
And you're right, Todd, man. It can get your line and your blockers, getting a little holding a little bit because it's like, man, where you going? Like, well, come on, hey. And so it kind of makes plays like that, but I believe we'll be all right and we'll get back into it.
But, Sovereign, of course, receivers never hold, right?
Oh, man, little secret.
First down at 20 for the Eagles in Matador territory at the 38-yard line, leading 7-6, 9:20 left, second quarter. Trips right, receiver left, shotgun. Medrano throws a screen out, a little flow to the right side, catch at the 40 to the 35, 30's near sideline, and tiptoe out of bounds at the 26. That's going to be a first down. No, not a first down. They had penalty yardage to make up for there first. Looks like they get about 9 back on that one. Was that Beatty, I believe, that made the catch on the near sideline? Oh, excuse me, correction. That was, who was out there? Ortiz, excuse me. Misread that number there. So he gets 9 back, 2 catches for 15 for the Eagles. Man in motion, Beatty on the reverse, going right to left, tucks it, goes to the far left sideline, 30, cuts back 25 in front of the Hobbs Eagle bench and falls forward for a few more. He was trying to pull himself to that first down marker the best he could.
And we know last game, man, Beatty didn't touch the ball too much, man. So I see Beatty getting the ball a lot this time, man. So he's getting out there, man, and I love to see Beatty play, man. So Beatty is making some great catches, some great plays out there.
7 yards on the rush on the reverse right to left. His first carry. Looks like a Matador down in front of the Hobbs bench on the far left. Eagles facing a 3rd down and 4 to go to the, got to get to the 18 of the Matadors. We'll take a quick break as well for the injury timeout. 8:45 left, second quarter. Hobbs up 7-6 over El Paso Parkland. Coming back in half a minute on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Eagles facing a 3rd down and a long 3 from the 21-yard line of the Matadors, up by 1, 7-6. Matadors missed a PAT on their first scoring drive, or first touchdown they had in this game here at the end of the first quarter. But we're about 8:45 left in the second. Hobbs' 7-6 lead. Hobbs came in with a 2-1 record, of course, wins against Lovington and last week against Roswell. Did lose to Artesia, but all 3 of those schools, 1, 2, and 3 in the 5A, so pretty tough schedule to get it going, even though not from their division, but the best teams in the division lower than theirs.
Yes, man, and the way they played against them too, man, is great, man, especially
oh, we've got lightning delay here in El Paso. Sorry about that. They had an injury timeout, and during that time we got some lightning in the area, so they will clear the field. I was wondering why everybody was starting to run onto the field there, both sidelines, so sorry to cut you off there. So we're going to take a break. Again, basically how it happens is they give you at least a 30-minute delay, and they tack it on with additional bolts coming down around the area. 7-6 your score. Lightning delay here in El Paso, Parkland High School. Hobbs up by 1. We'll keep you posted on what's going to happen in terms of the start of this game as we continue in the second quarter to be determined. We're back live here in El Paso, Texas. Hobbs Eagle football on a delay here. Lightning going on and some rain coming down pretty heavy for a few minutes here in El Paso. Don't have an official update on the time in terms of the delay. 30 minutes is usually what they do on the Lightning, and then they add to it when the bolts come down a few minutes every time. So the problem is the rain is not the issue, it's the Lightning. So rain, they could get back out in the field depending on how bad it is, but the Lightning is what we're looking at right now. There are some storms moving through the area, coming over from Arizona and up from Mexico. Pretty heavy green around the area right now on the radar, but it is moving. It doesn't look like it's going to be possibly out of here till maybe close to 8:45, 9 o'clock. Of course, hard to track that from up here, but that's what the radar is showing. Coaches have to get together about that, ADs, et cetera, to make that the decision on this game. Of course, it's a non-district matchup between two teams from other states. Win-loss does matter, though. I mean, even with playoffs, sometimes that could affect your playoffs, at least New Mexico. 7-6 the score. Hobbs in the second quarter, just barely into it. 8:45 left in the second. 1 point lead at this point. Of course, PAT, that's the big thing. They missed the Parkland missed the PAT, which makes it a 1 point deficit for Hobbs' favor. So, in terms of playing the game itself, I know rain, of course, like we mentioned before, I mean, it's going to affect your field turf a little bit. Now, with the grass, it soaks it in a little bit, but field turf is going to be kind of slick out there, and that could change your complexion out there in terms of your offense. Hobbs has been throwing the football so far, Sovereign. Right now, Eagles are 7 of 10. They've had 3 connects with French for 30 yards, 2 to Ortiz for 15, and Beatty 1 for 10. So 3 different receivers have made some catches, and the passing game has been kind of quiet the last few weeks to start the season. The running game's been there with 3 200-plus yard rushers, game 1, 2, and 3.
Yes, man. It's been looking good, man, and I love that. And like you said, from the beginning of the game, man, the run game has been phenomenal. It's been great. And like we were saying, man, I always love to see the passing game. And, man, it seems like Coach Stevens, man, is, understanding his receivers, knowing what he has out there, man. The passing game been really good. And like you can always say, man, it's always good to have a dependable receiver. You know what I'm saying? A dependable receiver is somebody out there that you know that, hey, when I need to get a first down, when I need to get up the field, I know I can throw it to these receivers. I know I can throw it to this particular person. And so, man, looking at it, man, he do got some dependable receivers out there on the field.
And the running game right now for Hobbs, Medrano Jr., the quarterback, has 4 carries for 53 yards and that 46-yard touchdown run up the sideline in front of the Hobbs Eagle bench. So definitely getting out to the races there. DeMarcus Hill, who had injury last week, sat out most of the second half, had 3 carries for 19 yards up to this point, and Beatty had a reverse right to left coming out of the receiving position for 7 yards. So those are the numbers right now for 4 different rushers in this ball game. 53 for Medrano, and a total of 3 for Ortiz, 19 for Hill, and 7 for Beatty. So 4 first downs so far for the Eagles, and some of their last few drives have kind of sputtered out just a bit, but again, 1 point lead, 7-6 the score. If you look over on the Parkland side, Gonzalez, their leading rusher, with a total of 10 carries for 25 yards. Molina scored their only touchdown, had a 1-yard run, has 3 carries for 9. Perez 2 for 6. And we mentioned that in the pregame show. They had 3 rushers that they could go to, and a bunch of those guys have 100-plus rushing games so far this season. This is their 3rd game compared to the Eagles' 4th.
Yes, man, and seeing Gonzalez out there running football, man, one thing I noticed, man, and I believe that the coach is doing, man, it's not about, a running back there in the backfield to be able to, make all sorts of plays, do all sorts of juke moves to get up the field, but, man, a running back that can be able to grab the ball and be able to move up throughout the defensive line and everything, and that's what I've been seeing by Gonzalez. And, again, they're running the 3 back, the 3 back in the backfield against Hobbs, man, and that right there, man, like you said, they're using, multiple backs in the backfield to be able to hand the ball to or pitch the ball to. So, man, the running game, man, is looking good for them and everything like that. I'm ready to see the passing game by them. I'm ready to see what their passing game look like. But running game, man, it's been on the go for a little bit.
Yeah, you mentioned the running at Gonzalez. He's keeping it within the hash marks pretty much. We don't see a bunch of pitches outside or anything, and he doesn't go down quick on the first contact either. He's bouncing off a little bit. It's taking 3 or 4 guys to bring him down, but no big runs at this point. His greatest was 6, his second carry of the game. So 25 yards in rushing. Molina has 9 on 3 and 6 for Perez, we mentioned before. Rocha has the 2 catches out of the 4 attempts for the passing game for the Matadors, 2 for 30. Had a 21-yarder, though. But with the rain coming down, that's going to affect the receivers out there in terms of slickness. Ball gets heavy. How do you adjust in those situations, being a former receiver for the Eagles?
Man, focus will be the best way. I believe if you focus on the run, you focus on, all the other things outside of having your focus on the football, that's when things can kind of slip up. I mean, you're going to have gloves that kind of, be slippery a little bit, man. As long as you got those good grip of gloves, and sometimes you might have to use your arms in this situation when the rain comes. You just can't use your hands all the time. So use your body whenever it comes to it, depending on how the ball thrown to you, but you have to focus overall.
Do you expect to see, in terms of the passing game here, if we get back to action, hopefully, that Medrano will do the long passes or keep in the short stuff so they can use their body to protect the ball inside of the brisket basket when they bring it in?
Man, one thing about Medrano, man, his passes is there, man, just a little bit overthrown on the ball sometimes, man. But, man, if he can get it to him right in the position, man, where the accuracy is just great, man, I believe he can give his receivers, opportunity to be able to catch the ball like that where none of the mistakes throughout the rain can be able to happen for him.
I think that might, and I'm being a former receiver myself, I mean, you're taught to put that little window out there with the hands extended, but when it's rainy, I mean, I think that might be where the ball slips off, and you would, like you said, maybe open up a little bit so you can use your chest as a protector of the football.
And, sometimes that can be scary, too, as well, Ty, because, sometimes you don't want the ball to bounce off your chest,
right.
Where, it just bounces off and it falls to the ground and everything like that. But you want to be able to, catch it strategically, in a
right.
way. But, again, you don't want to just be able to, put that triangle out there, man, the ball slips through. But just knowing how to catch it, that's what it is.
We have had one fumble before from a receiver. We wanted to rehash that, but that was on a catch and then turn up the field, and then we had guys hitting you from both sides. It pops out. So one turnover for the Eagles. With the fumble, they had a turnover on one drive. On the other side of the coin, Parkland's had a turnover on drive as well, and one punt. And so they've had several different series. They did move the football down the field after the rushing of Gonzalez. We started carrying quite frequently for the Matadors, and Molina got that quick or that 1 yard rush over the goal line for the score. So kind of a sustained drive there. They do have 3 first downs. We are on a lightning delay. The rain is starting to pound down here in El Paso. We don't have any time updates yet for you. They have cleared the stadium here, been that way for a little, whatever, 40 minutes or so that we're waiting. You start to wonder when, they're on the same the time zone that we are, in the Mountain Time Zone, so there's no difference there, and they're not +1 in what we are. But once you start getting to 9 o'clock, you start to see what the timing of the second half could possibly be. And when you get up towards, ending a game at midnight and 1 o'clock with a bus trip home, not wanting to spend the transportation or the overnight stay money and all that, that's kind of rough. So that's the thing that they're probably discussing right now. Is it viable to start, back up at 9:30 or whatever time it could be?
Yes, man, because you got to be able to respect the drivers. The drivers taking the time, throughout the night, being able to stay up, keep themselves up, and be able to ride on the road. Because I mean, hey, this ain't a short drive, So it's a pretty long drive, man, especially on a bus ride. So you want to be able to, have your drivers up and be able to respect the drivers too as well.
Would be a nice bus ride if you win 7-6, though.
yeah.
We're going to take another break. Again, we'll try to get back with you the minute we know what the situation is. We've had lightning delays before, of course. Teams just jump back out in the field. They didn't even give you much time to react. We've seen that what was it, the last game or the game before that, where they were back out there, back into their offensive set and ready to go. So don't expect a lot of warm-up time. We'll just have to come back on when that does happen, and if it does. Again, rain is coming down. We got lightning in El Paso. Again, 7-6 your score. Hobbs leading El Paso Parkland with 8:45 left in the second quarter. Lightning delay here in the Sun City. Stormy night tonight going on here. We will come back with you as soon as we have more information.
You're clear.
We're back live here in El Paso. Rain coming down here in the Sun City. Ty Friend along with Sovereign Anthony. Your Hobbs Eagles lead 7-6. Looks like they will get underway here in about 2 minutes. Both teams are back out on the field with some drenching rain coming down. Hobbs team coming out pretty excited about playing in the rain, and that's what it's all about. Lightning's the only issue. It would stop it unless it gets a flooded situation here. But 7-6 lead, Eagles by 1. 8:45 left in the second. They will run it through halftime, so we're not going to stop at this point as we move along in this game.
Man, sometimes it can be exciting playing in the rain, you know, especially as a player, and you know, you're getting it started, man, and then plus, man, sitting there in that locker room after the late, man, you want to come back hyped up, you want to come out with that fire, so you can be able to, you know, go ahead and let this game go and come home with the dub.
As we look at the numbers, Gonzalez, the top running back, 10 carries for 25 yards for El Paso Parkland. Molina has 3 carries for 9, a 1-yard touchdown run, and Perez 2 for 6 in the running game. They've had 2 catches for 30 total for Rocha for the Parkland Matadors with 3 first downs in the first half of action. Hobbs Eagles, several different rushers at this point. Medrano had the 46-yard run for a touchdown up the right sideline. He currently has 53 yards on 4 carries. 3 carries for Hill for 19 yards. Ortiz 1 for 3, and Beatty 1 for 7. In the passing game, Hobbs has completed 7 of 10 passes at this point. 3 for French for 30 yards. 2 for 15 for Ortiz, and Beatty 1 for 10. Hobbs has 4 first downs in the first half of action. Again, we're at the 8:45 mark of the second quarter at this point, and we're ready for action right now as the Hobbs Eagles have the football at the 20-yard line on a 3rd down and 3. With the shotgun snap, the fake to hand up to it in the left flat, caught by Beatty up the far sideline to the 20-15, and has run out of bounds. He'll get a first down off that. Looks like they'll give him 7 yards to Beatty on this screen pass. His second catch, 17 total for him. And that'll be the 8th reception on 11 attempts for the Eagles, and the arm of Medrano.
And you see how he caught the ball, you know, with, you know, a little bit of, you know, with his body a little bit to get the ball going.
Ball now at the 16-yard line. The delay handoff going around the right end and dragging people with him for the Eagles off the carry for DeMarcus Hill, as he'll pick up another, looks like 4 yards on that one. Inside the 15-yard line. See a 4-yard pickup for Hill. That'll be his 4th for 23. 2nd down and 7 now from the 14. Eagles up 7-6 here in the second on the rain delay and lightning delay. Handoff up the middle. Hill's going to barrel through the gap up the middle, and he hits a big wall as he gets through, but smashed up quickly with the helmet down by Caleb Pasillas, the defensive lineman. And that's going to give him a couple extra, looks like 3 for Hill. Brings up a 3rd down and 3. Have it the 10-yard line, middle of the field now for the Eagles, starting to knock on the door in the red zone to try to add to their 1-point lead. We will run this through halftime with 7:29 left in the second quarter. Receiver left and right for the Eagles on a 3rd down and 3. Need to get to the 6. Handoff run the left end. Hill's going to stretch it out, tries to cut back, and probably should have continued out to the sideline as he gets hammered hard. 3 or 4 guys in there for the Matadors. You don't get a lot of footing in this wet condition at this point. Once you make a decision, you better go. And that time he tried to cut back and paid the price as a bunch of guys getting in there quickly for Parkland, including Caleb Pasillas again, big defensive lineman. In fact, they're going to say he lost a couple of yards on that one.
And you know what, man, as a coach, I believe I will go for it. You know, I mean, they're not too far from the end zone. And, I mean, if Coach Seaver can make a great play right here, man, it can be something.
4th down and 8 now from the 14. Rolling right, Medina throws it in the end zone, wide open in the right corner. Medrano connects, Junior, wide open. Beatty, or correction, Justice French near the back right pylon for the catch. And that will be a 14-yard reception. I was right the first time. That was Beatty. So Beatty with his 3rd catch of this ball game for 31 yards. That was a scoring play. And the Eagles have increased their lead to 7 as they get ready for the PAT. And again, that's going to question whether they're even going to try to kick this. And Beatty is back, kind of walking around waiting to see what coach's call is going to be. Ortiz back there as well. And I don't see any tees. I think they might just go for 2 on this one. Nope, they are going to go for the kick. So get everybody lined up. 2 slots there for blocking on the outside. And now they're going to fake it, a quick snap. Beatty going to roll right. He throws it to the back of the end zone, and wide open waiting for the catch for the 2-point conversion is the tight end for the Eagles. That's Brian Estrada. Do we have a flag on the play? Yep, we did on the far left sideline. Now they're going to decline. It was against Parkland, so the 2-point conversion will count, and that'll make it 15-6.
to make a play right there, man. It looked like, man, the delay didn't get to them, man. Their bones are already ready. So, hey, Ty, we don't know if they were in there stretching while they was in the locker room, man, because they coming out here ready to play and already scoring. And so, man, it's looking good. It's looking great, especially throughout a delay of game.
15-6 your score. Eagles by 9 with 6:39 left second quarter. We'll take a quick 30-second break and come back with more Hobbs Eagle football on Cool 95.7, HobbsAmerica.com, YouTube, and the Cool 95.7 Facebook page. Christian Martinez, a 9-yard return for the Parkland Matadors off the kickoff from the Hobbs Eagles. As they'll have it on the left hash here at the 29-yard line. Hobbs leading 15-6, 14-yard pass play. As Medrano hooking up with Beatty. And it's going to be Parkland football quickly from the 29. 1st and 10, the shotgun snap. Handoff of the delay to the right side. Trying to get out around the corner is Perez, met by a wall in the backfield. Might have lost on that one. First in there for the Eagles was Joseph Reza. We're going to see if they give him any positive yards on this. Back to the line of scrimmage, it looks like, for Perez. No gain on the play. Perez, up to this point now, 3 carries for 6 yards. 2nd out and 10 now from the 29. Middle of the field, Eagles with 4 in the front box. Receiver left and right with 3 running backs in the backfield. In motion to the right side, Perez. Give him the ball around the end. Gets to the 30, or actually not even to the 30. Back to the line of scrimmage, another no-gainer for Perez. Hobbs getting tough up front. And coming from deep in the secondary to help out the cause for the Eagles was Leo Jaquez, defensive back.
Man, Ty, I don't know what they said in that locker room, man, but the way the offense and the way the defense is coming out here, playing the game, making it still a great game out here, man. They're doing phenomenal, man, and I'm loving to see it.
3rd down and 10 from the 29. No gain in the play. Back-to-back for Perez. Big discussion going on, I'm sure, with the coaching, Lee McWhorter, deciding if the home team Matadors get something going offensively. Getting those 3 in the backfield, running backs, and the 1 quarterback. You to send a man in motion right side, fake the pitch, back to pass, 3-step drop. Firing the ball down the middle of the field for Medina over the shoulder at the 30 at the other end of the field, and overthrows his intended receiver, incomplete. Past Jamal Rocha. He's the one that's caught 2 catches for 20, make it 30 yards. But now Parkland 2 of 5 in the passing game for that 30. Incomplete, makes it 4th and 10, and the punt unit going to come out. And, boy, it's kind of tough when you have a rush coming at you and a punt situation with the wet conditions we've had. Rain still coming down here in El Paso. Eagles up 15-6 with 5:13 left here in the second. Twins left, receiver right. Good snap. The punt from the 20-yard line. Going to go straight high up in the air. Going to take a bounce at the Eagle 40 and take a Parkland roll. And then brought down at the 34-yard line. Good coverage for the Matadors. As bringing it down is Andrew Vera, the defensive back. Eagles have some pretty good field position now at the 34-yard line, leading by 9 after the second punt of the game for Parkland.
And you know what, Ty, man, seeing this, I know sometimes, man, a delay game can get you, but we're moving on forward, man. The offense is doing pretty good. They ready to play, and that's what you love to see, man. The defense did great, man. Didn't let nothing go past them, and so that's what you want to see.
They will run it through halftime, so we will not have a break after the 5:03 expires here in the second. Ball at the 34-yard line for the Eagles, right hash. They send 2 receivers left. One to the right side is Beatty in front of the bench of the Matadors. 5 in the box now for the Matador D. Snap is to the quarterback for the Eagles. Medrano heads up the middle, breaks a tackle out to the 45-yard line, angles right in front of the Parkland bench. And he's getting close to a first down. Yep, 10 yards going to be counted there for Medrano. Second best run of the night. He had a 46-yarder for a touchdown earlier. 6th first down for the Eagles now at their own 45 on the right hash. So Medrano so far with 63 yards on 5 carries. Hurry up offense, trips left, receiver right. Medrano back in shotgun with Hill. Gets a high snap, handoff on the draw, coming to the 50, right side, 45 of Parkland, 40, 35, and a flag back near the mid-stripe, so we're going to have to probably come back on this one. That would have been about 22 yards for Hill. Looks like possibly a holding near midfield, going to go against the Eagles, a 10-yarder. That's going to be their 4th penalty for 30 yards. And not where you want to see it. He broke through and was angling towards the Parkland sideline on the near right. And that's going to bring it back 10.
And you know what? That was a great run by Hill, man. But unfortunately, it was a flag on the play. And again, like a coach would tell me, you don't want to make no wasted plays. You know, so man, sad it was a wasted play, but man, we can overcome mistakes and get it going.
First down and 15 now for the Eagles at their own 38-yard line, leading 15-6, 4:20 and counting in the second. Lightning delayed game, of course, here in El Paso. Little delay now. Hill having a discussion with Medrano in the backfield. Try to get the play call right. Trips right, receiver left, shotgun. Medrano wants to tuck and go around the left end. 35, cuts it back, left hash, 40, 45, into Parkland territory at the 49-yard line. So he's going to get 13 on that one, make it 14 for Medrano. He has 3 double-digit runs so far in this game for 77 yards on 6 carries. Second down and 3 now at the Parkland 48-yard line in the left hash. Twins right, 2 receivers left as well. Shotgun to Medrano. Handoff up the middle. Hill's going to power through. Left side of the line. Gets the first down. Gets 5 for him. So Hill continues to chug ahead. He's got 28 yards on 7 carries. First down, the 7th of the game for the Eagles, now at the 43 of Parkland. Shotgun, handoff to Hill, up the gut. There's a flag at the line of scrimmage just about a yard ahead of it. Possibly a holding penalty. He comes back to the right hash on the run, taking a few people with him. As a good block up ahead to the right side for the Eagles by Isaiah Morales. But that's going to be a penalty against Hobbs once again. Holding penalty again. So back-to-back holds on the Eagles, 40 yards total on 5 penalties. So negating some pretty big runs for Hill on last couple of those, and definitely don't want to keep moving back in the real estate.
Man, yes, most definitely you don't. And like a coach tell me, if you holding, that means you have to move your feet. So, man, hopefully the offensive line will move their feet, man, where no penalties like this can be able to come about.
First down and 20 from the 46-yard line. Direct snap to Medrano. He's going to head up the middle, gets spun around as he comes across midfield into Parkland territory. Try to get back some of the penalty yardage. He'll get 5 out of that one. Second down and 15 now from the Parkland 48-yard line, right on the right side of the M logo for the Matadors on their home field. Clock down to 2:50 left in the second. Hobbs up 15-6. Both sets of receivers, 2 on left, 2 on the right, looking to the sideline as well as the rest of the team for the play call. It'll be Hill and Medrano in the backfield. 4 in the front box defensively for the Matadors. Shotgun. Handoff to Hill, cuts back to the 50, and then meets a wall. Boy, he's going down hard. Might have got back to line of scrimmage. I don't think quite there, though, as he goes head-to-head with the big man from the Matadors. And that was Stephen Daly, the defensive tackle for Parkland.
And as an offensive line, you want to keep your feet moving. You know, never look back. Keep blocking until the play is over. Like a coach would tell me, keep playing until you hear the whistle.
No gain on the play for Hill at the 48 of the Matadors, left hash. Clock continues to run down to 2 minutes here in the second. Eagles up by 9. Twins right and left. Got some whistle before the snap here. And it looks like we might have a timeout. Two-minute timeout here in Texas. 15-6, your Eagles by 9. We'll take a 30-second break and come back live on the Hobbs Eagle Network. We come back live here in El Paso. They have a 2-minute timeout here in Texas. That is the first year that they've done that here in their league. Similar to the NCAA rules as well here in Texas. Twins left and right for the Eagles. Third down and 15 from the Matador 48-yard line. Eagles up 15-6 with 2 minutes left in the half. They get the handoff to Ortiz. Double reverse. Flicks it back to Beatty around the left end to the 50, 45, 40, far left, 35, and up in it at the 32-yard line. That's going to be a 16-yard pickup for Beatty as he got the flick from Ortiz.
Great run by Beatty, man. One heck of a play by the coach, man, to be able to run that play, especially at this time. So getting up the field like that, man, is always awesome and great. Great run by Beatty.
He had a reverse on the first one, double reverse on the second, 2 for 23 for Beatty. 1st and 10, up the gut goes Medrano to the 25, cuts back left hash to the 20. Another first down. That'll be 13 for Medrano to move the chains again. The Eagles now with 10 first downs and moving into the red zone at the 20 on the left hash. Leading 15-6, 1:33 left in the second. Team looking to the sidelines now for the play call. 95 yards on the ground for Medrano so far on 8 carries. 1st and 10 from the 20. Shotgun to Medrano. Gives it off to Hill up the gut as he puts his head down and goes hard. And he's going to get another 3 on that one for Hill. Eagles again by 9. Clock to 1:03 left here in the first half. Just going to give 2 to Hill on that one instead of 3. Medrano takes a peek over to his receivers on the right. Brings a man in motion left to right. That is Ortiz. And we got the flags flying. We saw a lot of these false start penalties called against both teams earlier in the ball game. Looks like we're back into that situation again. A 5-yarder against the Eagles. 45 yards on 6 penalties so far for Hobbs, 1 for 5 against Parkland. And the officials having a discussion about this call now, Whitecap and the umpire, or the line judge, far left, linesman. The head linesman running over to talk to Coach Stevens after the call here. Still haven't heard a official call from the Whitecap, and we've got a timeout, Eagles. Of course, overlap on rules between New Mexico and Texas, so that could cause a little bit of disturbance there, but still haven't seen the call from the official. We'll take a break. It's a timeout on the field. 50 seconds left in the half. Hobbs up 15-6 over El Paso Parkland. Come back with us in 30 seconds on HobbsAmerica.com, YouTube, and the Cool 95.7 Facebook page. Back live here in El Paso. Your Hobbs Eagles lead 15-6. 50 seconds left here in the second quarter. 2nd down and 14 for the Eagles at the 24. Back to pass. Medrano wants to air it out over the shoulder, left side to the pylon, diving up in the air for it, and a catch is made. That's going to be a 24-yard touchdown. Beautiful snag there in the end zone.
Man, Ty, that's what you call right there a mouse. Man, when you come out here to games like this, you want to see somebody get mossed, and man, that right there, man, was a great catch, man, by number 12 on Hobbs.
Yep.
Man.
Brian Estrada, the tight end, a 24-yarder. He just kind of camped out there on the goal line and just waited for the ball to come into his gut for the catch.
Wow. Great catch. Great catch by Estrada.
His first catch, that for a touchdown, extending the lead to 15, pinning the PAT as we wait for Beatty to do that. On the hold coming from Ortiz. Rain still coming down in El Paso. Good snap, good put down. The kick is up, and it is good. 40 seconds left here in the first half. 22-6. Your Eagles up by 16 after the lightning delay. We'll come back in 30 seconds on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Back to live action here at El Paso. Your Hobbs Eagles lead 22-6 after Medrano's 24-yard pass to Estrada for the TD. Kickoff for Matadors. Caught at the 19, up the near side, 25, 30, 35, down to the 42-yard line. As coming back with the football for Parkland was Jamal Rocha, and dropped to the turf for the Eagles on the coverage team by Davian Villegas, the linebacker. Good field position, though, for the Matadors. 1st and 10 from their own 41, but they got a big hole to dig out of. 35 seconds to get out of that, down by 16.
Yes, man. Hopefully they can move up the field, man. This play, man, they've been doing good, man. I've been hearing a lot of things and seeing a lot of things about Rocha. And so, man, just got to get a stop, man, by the defense, too, as well.
Receivers to the right, one to the left, shotgun. Back to passes, Molina. Tucks it, goes up the gut as he drags a couple with him. And that'll get him ahead for about 3 yards, the quarterback. Molina with 4 carries for 12 yards. Clock is not at the favor for Parkland as they trail by 16. Clock to 20 seconds. 2nd down and 7. Rolling out right off to the shotgun. Molina wants to throw. Heads to the sideline right. Dumps it up the side to the quick pass across the 1st down marker. And that'll be a 9-yard reception in the 1st down for Jamal Rocha. His 3rd catch, total of 39 yards. They are 3 for 6 in the passing game. 4th 1st down, and Parkland wants a timeout as they only have 9 seconds to try to score, trailing the Eagles 22-6. We'll keep it right here in El Paso, and as you mentioned, after the lightning delay, and then a big drenching rain that came down, it seems to have fired up the Hobbs Eagles.
Yes, man, like I said, Ty, man, you don't know what was being said in the locker room. Sometimes a good speech, sometimes a good motivation, knowing that, man, last delay we came out, it kind of messed us up, but this delay, we're going to be able to come out stronger and better and be able to go hard on this field coming out here.
I think it's pretty important to have some guys back deep on this defense now. Again, they're going to try to get some quick outs. Only 9 seconds, though. Maybe one pass play to get out of bounds and then go long.
Yes, man. Hopefully, Coach put 3 safeties in the back. 3 safeties in the back will be great, man, because, man, with 9 seconds left, the best option for, the Matadors is, man, throwing a Hail Mary.
So far, we had Medrano 8 carries for 95 yards, a 46-yard scamper for a touchdown, the first scoring for the Eagles in this game. Quickly back after the timeout, Parkland going to line up at the 46 of the Hobbs squad on the right hash. 1st and 10, Twins left, receiver right. Get ready for a shotgun to Molina. He's going to head left, wants to throw, turns and fires the quick out route over the head, though, of the receiver at the 34-yard line, incomplete, well over the head of Tyler Douglas. As that will make it now 3 of 7 in the passing game. All 3 catches by Rocha, and a 2nd down and 10 now for Parkland. Once again in Hobbs territory, probably the last play of the half with 5 seconds remaining. No halftime, remember. Parkland going to take some time in their huddle now. Don't have to worry about the clock running with the incomplete pass. 2nd down and 10 now from the 46. Receivers 2 right, 1 left. Back to the shotgun to Molina. Molina got it with the handoff around the left end, tucking and going and dragging people to the left hash. Will be the last play of the game, of the first half, I should say. 2-yard pickup for Gonzalez, and draped over his back that time for the Hobbs Eagles from the linebacking core was Aiden Glum. And that will be 2 yards for Gonzalez to finish up the half. He has 27. They will have a quick break, I believe, and they will go next to the 3rd quarter here. 1-minute break, and we will be back. 22-6 your score. Hobbs up by 16 over El Paso Parkland. You're listening live to the Hobbs Eagle Network on a rainy Friday night. We're starting the third quarter, no break there, just about 1 minute, and we're ready to go live as your Hobbs Eagles head to the third, up 22-6 over El Paso Parkland. Eagles kicking off, end over end, bounces to the 31, scooped up by Parkland and trying to get back up the middle, but going to get swapped down at the 28. All over him to start for the Eagles was Robert Garcia. Return mound for Parkland, Carter Perez, one of their running backs. Again, Eagles up by 16. Offensively, 84 yards in the first half for Parkland, 45 on the ground, 39 in the air. Your Hobbs Eagles got 95 rushing for Medrano, 30 for Hill, and 23 for Beatty. 151 yards in the running game so far for Hobbs. And 86 in the pass. The handoff for Gonzalez as he hippity-hops across the 30-yard line, picks up about maybe 2 yards on the forward progress. They're going to extend it to 3 for Gonzalez. He had 27 in the first half on 11 carries, now 30 total. Still in the third quarter here. We just got started after the lightning delay earlier. 2nd down and 7 now from the 33. Twins left, receiver right, shotgun. Molina going to throw the curl route over the 45, breaking a tackle, 40, 45, 50. Ball fumbled across the 40-yard line. It's loose, and we'll see who has recovered it. 33-yard pickup for the receiver after the catch. They said he went out of bounds. That will be a 33-yard reception for Jamal Rocha.
Man, they got lucky right there, man. He was almost up the field and almost gone, man. You don't want to let nothing get past you like that, man, especially as a defensive squad. You want to be able to cover that up and still, push the offensive team back.
4 catches for 72 yards for Rocha there, 4 of 8 in the passing game. Twins left, receiver right. That's the 6th first down. Big pump fake, a throw to the far right sideline on the fade. A ricochet off the receiver again. They go deep to the far right sideline. That was Rocha, I believe, again. He got kind of knocked around pinball style. And they called the flag on the PI there, I believe. The quarterback got hammered pretty hard, too, as he released the football, and he's still kind of shaking off the stars there. Jesse Molina went hard to the turf. I don't see any flag in the backfield for late hit, but looks like the PI is going to come against the Hobbs Eagles deep at the 20 at the other end of the field.
Man, with a hit like that, man, you can get somebody hurt dangerously like that, man. And, man, that hit was pretty hard to see.
Coach McWhorter calls a timeout as his quarterback still seeing stars there, and wanted to give him a chance to rebound on that one. We'll take a break as well. 10:51 left, third quarter. Hobbs 22, Parkland 6, back in 30 on the Hobbs Eagle Network. As we come back after a timeout, we thought we had a PI, a pass interference call against the Hobbs Eagle defense. And after a timeout, all the referees been having a long discussion. We're just going through the yardage for the first half. Hobbs 151 in the run game, 100 in the pass game for 251. For El Paso Parkland, they had 45 in the rushing department and 39 in the passing for 84 total. So big lead for the Eagles in terms of yardage, and right now the lead on the scoreboard as well, 22-6. Boy, it's taking a long time to sort out here. They had the flag down deep against the Eagle defense, but they still have it at the 44, or right now in Hobbs territory. Didn't see any movement of the ball here. Oh, we got 2 penalties on the play. Both on the defense now they're calling. PI called. That was declined. And targeting against the the Eagles defense. That's what happened. Remember we said the quarterback got hit hard as he released the ball.
Yeah.
They're going to say it was a high hit on top of him. And they're going to decline the pass interference but take the targeting penalty. Both are going to be 15 yards, I believe, anyway. I mean,
as a defensive team, this is something that you do not want. You know, to make plays like that, you got to kind of be precautious on how you're rushing in. And it looks like, man, the quarterback already had threw the ball and released the ball before, you know, the defense had hit him. So,
but again, if it's a high shot, though, they're going with the safety call on that one. That's what they said. Might not have been the timing, but where the hit was actually applied up high on that one. So that'll be another penalty against the Eagles, their first 15-yard of the game. Seventh first down for Paso Parkland from the 31. Give the handoff to the right side and trying to backpedal, but going to hit a lot of Hobbs Eagles at that point and going down pretty hard. I believe that was Carter Perez. So about a 4-yard pickup for Perez. That's his 5th carry for 10 yards. Again, they only had 45 yards in the first half in terms of rushing for Parkland. Majority of that coming from Gonzalez with 27 yards on the ground. Now in the third quarter, though, with 10:20 remaining, Hobbs up 22-6. But Parkland moving the football. Second down and 6 now at the Eagle 24-yard line. Shotgun, fake the handoff, throw the screen to the left side, and looked like almost a backward pass there as that was intended for Christian Martinez. And dangerous throw as it heads to the sideline and goes out of bounds on its own, so incomplete. But dodging a bullet, a backward pass means a fumble, and that if the ball's loose, Hobbs can scoop and go.
Yes, man, so they was pretty close right there. Man, it could have been something serious and really put them back for, you know, Parkland. But, hey, the defense can get a stop, man, keep it going. What you don't want to do is you don't want to let the offense get in the backfield and be able to score and be able to make a comeback.
Parkland 4 of 9 in the passing game. 472 yards all in the hands of Rocha, the receiver. Third down and 6, rolling left after the shotgun. Medina wants to throw, throws a comeback route to the 15, left hash, and backpedaling for some more yards on that one. That's going to be about 14 on the play. And that'll be a first down for the Matadors, so a 14-yard reception. Getting the catch is Rocha. Boy, he continues to be the go-to guy in the receiving corps. That'll be the 8th first down, 5 of 10 in the passing game. He's got 47 on 2 catches in the second half and a total of 96 overall. Give the handoff to Gonzalez heading left, and he is hugged quickly. The linebacker wrapping him up hard for the Eagles to take him to the turf. That was Aiden Glum, the linebacker. One yard gain on that one for Gonzalez. He's got 13 carries for 31 yards, the leader for the Matadors.
And one thing about the defense, you don't want to give the offense the opportunity, the expression, the hype to believe they can come back. Especially with a score like this being 22-6, you don't want to give them the, you know, the hype up to be like, man, we can come back. So defense have to make a stop.
Second down and goal now from the 9. Shotgun going to be back for Molina. He's going to throw the slant route in the end zone, waiting for it, 2 yards deep, getting the catch and the touchdown. Waiting for it, guess who? It's Rocha again. 9-yard reception for the touchdown. They've been threatening him all night long. His 6th catch of the ball game, that one for the TD. Make the score 22-12, and he had nobody around him that time. Just a quick slant, and again, 2 yards deep in the end zone, waiting for the football to hit him right in the numbers.
And you got to give it to him, man. Great play by Parkland.
So that is going to be his 6th catch of the game. All 6 receptions for Rocha out of 11 attempts. They're going to go for 2 here, down by 10. Load up those 3 running backs in the backfield. Shotgun, Molina. He's going to send it to the left side pylon, just kind of floats it out there, waiting for the catch. And making the score on the 2-point conversion, Ethan Lozano, the wide receiver, the sophomore, and puts in 2 more points. And now it's an 8-point ball game, kind of changed the complexion of this one. Sop?
Yes, it does. It does. And again, Ty, like I said earlier, you don't want to be able to give them the, you know, the mindset to believe that they can come back, especially from a score like this. So you want to be able to still hit it hard. You want to still be able to move forward. You want to get this game over with. You want to be able to push all the way through until the game is over. So, man, offense is coming out here. Maybe the offense can move up the field and be able to put some more points on the scoreboard.
So 14-22 the score. As both teams going back and forth now in this one, as it looks like the rain is either stopped or very light at this point. You don't see it going through the stadium lights as we've seen throughout the delay, etc. As the Hobbs Eagles going to have to play some offense here to try to pad the score, leading by 8, 22-14 with 9:03 remaining. As getting ready to kick off for the Matadors. Still, I'm guaranteeing a wet surface down there. The whistle sounds here, and the kickoff, we're ready for Juan Roque to kick. And he's going to take it high in the air, end over end, bounces at the 45. It's been ricocheted off a couple of players. Big pile up near the right sideline. It gets knocked out of bounds, too. It's going to be Parkland football. Still waiting to see what happened with that ball. It did look like it might have gone out of bounds, and now Hobbs wants it. Nope, they're giving it to Parkland.
Wow.
They waited a second. Officials having a discussion. I bet you that's going to get Coach Stevens to get involved, too, because there was a delay inside the sideline numbers of all the players standing around there. Ball might have come off a few players that time. Couldn't really see who got the hand on it, but it was a high roller up in the air. Oh, they're giving it back to Hobbs now. Boy, they're changing it. They pointed in one direction. Now they're going back the other way. Hobbs dodging a bullet on this one. That's the second miscue that Hobbs has had on a somewhat of a short kick for Parkland.
And it seems like the Parkland's coach is very upset, man. He wasn't too happy with that one.
Yeah, they signaled in one direction, then changed it. I guarantee that would have brought Coach Stevens out to want a clarification, because it looked like the officials right inside the sideline there. Bunch of players surrounding him, and of course it's kind of hard to make a unbiased call when you got all these people from the same team around you there. But that'll be marking it at the 40 or 39-yard line of the Eagles. Their football leading by 8 with 8:58 remaining, and you don't want to have a ball being turned back over to the team that just scored on you.
Yes, you don't want that, man. You don't want to give them that opportunity. So, man, like you said, it showed a favor on their side, and so hopefully, man, they're going to be able to take it up a notch on this play right here.
1st and 10 from the 39, waiting for the shotgun for Medrano. There's 5 in the box now for Parkland. Delay handoff, heading to the right, bouncing off one, but again, getting upended after that. Got knocked backwards. Jesse Nelson's first carry of the ball game for the Eagles. See if he even got back to line of scrimmage there. Nope, he got 0 on that one. He looked like he was going to get some forward momentum, and then he got kind of tripped up and fell over the back of one of his players on the ground, and it'll be 2nd down and 10 now from the 39. 8:30 left, third quarter. Hobbs up by 8, 22-14. Shotgun to Medrano. He's going to roll left. Continues to the left hash, to the 35. Tucks it, goes 40, 45. Tiptoes out at the 50. That'll be a 1st down and then some, 11 yards. Might have got him short on that, maybe 10. That will be a 1st down, should be. Maybe, oh, they said he stepped out before that. They're going to give him 8. So 8 for the quarterback, Medrano, 9 carries for 103, triple digits. And there we go again, just like last week. He had triple digits in that win over Roswell.
And you know one thing about Medrano, he know how to roll out. He know how to get from the defensive line and be able to make a play. So, man, I love to see when Medrano make plays.
3rd down and 2 now from the 47. The handoff up the middle and crashing hard. Jesse Nelson going to pull a whole pile with him. That'll be good for the 1st down. He's going to get about close to 10 on the play.
Hey, man, you got to give it up for Jesse Nelson, man. Jesse Nelson's going to play, man. He's not too big. He's not too small, but he's right there in the middle. And the way he uses size to be able to run and rush through the defensive line, man, is phenomenal.
Both carries coming in this 3rd quarter for Nelson. He has got 10. 11th 1st down for the Eagles, now in Parkland territory at the 43. Shotgun to Medrano. He wants to throw the screen to the left flat. Caught by French to the 40, 35, far side 30, 25 with a high step. And he'll get the 1st down for the Eagles.
Great run by French.
18 on the play for French, and boy, he continued to accelerate after making the catch. That's his 5th catch for 48 yards total. Eagles are now 11 of 14 in the passing game. That'll be their 12th 1st down, knocking at the door at the Matadors at the 35. Make it the 25 on the left hash.
And it made it seem like we got a hurt player out there, man, and that's never too good when you're able to see that on the field.
On that far left sideline, that's about where French well, he was high-stepping, closer down to the 25, so probably not him. But regardless, the Hobbs Eagle player flat on his back at this point. Eagles up 22-14 with 7:36 left, 3rd quarter. Hobbs coming in with that 2-1 record. And Parkland at 1-1. Of course, they played a couple of El Paso teams before this ball game. El Paso Isleta and also Riverside. They beat Riverside last week by 43-36, 28-14, the first game of the season, losing by 2 touchdowns to Ysleta. We'll take a quick break with the injury timeout. 22-14 Eagles come back in 30 seconds, live on HobbsAmerica.com, YouTube, the Cool 95.7 Facebook page, and on the radio at Cool 95.7. Back live in El Paso, your Hobbs Eagles with an injury timeout going on. Still trying to see who that is that's flat on their back in front of the Hobbs Eagle bench. Hobbs up 22-14 with 7:36 remaining. Do you have a final score in for Lee County teams? Jowl shut out Van Horn just down the road here from El Paso. 41-0 the final on that one. Good win for the Panthers. Last halftime score we had Tatum and Fort Sumner tied at 8. Eunice up big at halftime over Morton, Texas, 50-36, 86 points on the scoreboard in that game. We're still going to try to get an update on the Cleveland-Las Cruces score. Of course, Cleveland #1, Las Cruces #2. Big battle going on in Rio Rancho tonight. Of course, one of those teams in the Hobbs Eagle District in Las Cruces High. And also Lovington and Roswell. Last score we had in the second quarter, we'll get an update on that one here. Roswell was up 7-3, but I'm sure that has been advanced, especially since the fact that we had the big long delay. Let me give an update on that one. Roswell 18, Lovington 13 in the fourth quarter. Fort Sumner knocked off Tatum final there, 24-14. Eunice now 82-36 update on that one in the third quarter. They really added on some points in the third. It looks like Las Cruces just defeated Cleveland tonight. That's somewhat of an upset, although those teams tops in the state. Thank you for that. Max Prep's 1-2 ranking on that game. So big games going on tonight. After the official timeout, didn't see who came off the field on that. 1st and 10 for the Eagles. They'll have it at their Matador 25-yard line. Twins left, receiver right. Shotgun, Medrano, pump fake, stays in the pocket, then tucks it, goes, heading left, 25-20, 15-10, and goes out of bounds before getting hit by 3 big men for the Matadors at the 8-yard line. They get the 7-yard line. It's like about a 15-yard pickup for the quarterback. He's got 10 carries for 118 yards so far. That'll be the 13th first down at the 7 now of the Matadors. Hobbs knocking on that door, want to add to the 8-point lead. Receiver left, receiver right, shotgun Medrano, kind of a high one. Handoff, angling right and falling across the 5-yard line. About a 2-yard pickup, make it 3. And that appears to be on the field there for the Eagles in the backfield. That was Nelson again. He got 3 on that one. His third carry for 13 yards. Quick hurry-up offense here. 2nd down and goal from the 6. Coming out of the shotgun, Medrano, the flags flying here, stopping the action. Clock at 6:52 left, third quarter. Hobbs up by 8. Waiting to see the signal from the Whitecap. It'll be a false start on the Eagles. 65 penalty yards so far for Hobbs on 8 flags in this one.
And, you know, around this time, you kind of really want to stay away from mistakes and penalties, you know, so it won't kind of make more of a delay on yourself as an offensive team.
Especially when you have the momentum with the scoring that we've had from the Eagles here. Shotgun coming high. Pass going to be lofted to the left corner of the end zone over the shoulder, but it's well overthrown to the sideline in the end zone, trying to get it to Justice French out there. And he kind of got hunched down and might have slipped a little bit. Had some good coverage out there in the far left end zone by Parkland's defender. That was on Andrew Vera, the DB, the cornerback on the left. Incomplete. Eagles are 11 of 15 in the passing game. The leader right now, 48 yards on 4 catches by French, 3 for 31 for Beatty. 3rd down and goal now. Rolling left, Medrano, 10-5, heads to the end zone. It is upstanding as he goes across the goal line. Late flag. Boy, that was a late one, too. Didn't really break it open either. The flag was off the ball on the right. End zone on the left side going across was Medrano. Thought the ref might swallow the flag on that one. They're going to call holding. And that's going to be called from about the goal line. So a 10-yard penalty. When it rains, it pours, even though we had this storm here earlier.
And see, again, things like that when flags come out and, you know, a touchdown, but fortunately a flag, and that right there, man, that's what you call wasted play. So you don't really want to waste play, especially at this momentum and this time.
75 yards in penalties. On 9 penalties so far for the Eagles. Again, that erases the 6 points that Medrano had. Going to be 3rd down and goal from the 17. High snap, rolling right, Medrano with the pump fake, comes to the near sideline and continues to flick it down the field. Caught at the 3 and diving across the goal line for the touchdown. Ortiz, 17-yard pass play for the score to extend the lead.
Wow, wow, wow. We were just talking about dependent receivers. Man, Ortiz is one of those dependent receivers that you can be able to throw the ball to make a play. And so, man, touchdown by Ortiz.
28-14, doubling up on the Matadors now, pitting the PAT from Beatty. Final score for from the Lovington-Roswell game. Get that to you in just a second. Ortiz, the man who just scored, waiting to be the holder for the Eagles. Taking a long time on the snap. Coach Waters got his hands up in the air, thought that should be a delay of game. Here comes the kick up, and it is good. 5:39 left, third quarter. Hobbs extends the lead to 15, 29-14 over the Matadors. Come back with us in 30 seconds as the Eagles come back to kick it off here in El Paso. Parkland and Hobbs trading touchdowns here in the third quarter. Parkland a 9-yard pass to Rocha, and then Hobbs responds with a 17-yard pass from Medrano to Ortiz to make it 29-14. 5:39 left, third quarter. Beatty going to kick off from the 40. End over end, a short one going to bounce at the 30. Rolls back to the 25, scooped up by the Matadors, brought up the middle, bouncing off one defender and trying to get back up the field. Still piling it up to the 35, though. Had a couple saddles on his back on the return. Aggressive return there for Parkland's Carter Perez, one of the running backs. And decent field position at the 34 with 5:31 remaining here in the third. So late night here for storm-type football. I don't see any rain coming down right now, though, for both of these teams, but I'm sure feeling kind of wet as that did saturate for a few minutes on our delay.
Yes, man, it kind of cleared it up a little bit, and it gives the both teams advantage to be able to, pull out their gloves again, because I've seen a lot of people taking them off. So, I mean, we're back in business.
Twins left, receiver right for the Matadors at the 35. Waiting for a shotgun is Molina. With the handoff up the gut, moving a pile, and looks like some rugby action going on as both teams scrumming it up there. Falling forward for about 3 yards. I believe that's Gonzalez here. Number got a little bit bunched up as he came out of the pile. 4-yard pickup for him. He's got 35 on the ground on 14 carries so far to lead the Matadors. Top rusher for the Eagles is the quarterback, Medrano. He's got 122 on the ground on 10 carries. Second down and 6 from the 39 of the Matadors. Trips right, receiver left, back to pass. Now tuck and go, goes the quarterback. Molina heads left, 40, gets spun around and knocked to the floor. As he will get 2, and I think I just saw a lightning bolt on the background there. So going to give about 3 on the carry there for Molina. 5 carries for 15 yards so far. Third down, about 2.5 from the 42-yard line of the Matadors on the left hash. Matadors taking some time in the line now with 2 receivers right, 1 to the left side, and possibly a change in call here. He's backing out with his split formation backfield now. Not 3 in the backfield as we've seen before with the running backs, just 2 this time. On the other shoulders of the quarterback. Gives a handoff right up the middle, and meeting it quickly for the Eagles with a big bear hug was Jeremiah Mackey. Don't think there was much gain on that play, if at all. And getting the handoff was Perez. No gain for Perez. 5 carries for 10 yards for Perez, only 2 per pop. At a 4th down and 2 now from the 44-yard line. Guess they gave him 1 on the carry that time.
Great way to make a play and get in there by Mackey.
4th down and 1 from the 44. Clocked at 3:36 left here in the third. Eagles up 29-14. They come sprinting out of the huddle, and they're going to go at the big scrum pile, moving it up quickly. Didn't look like they had anybody set on the line that time. Now they're breaking breaking the tackle, getting thrown down by the jersey. That might be a horse collar. And now the Hobbs Eagles are trying to figure out what's going on out there. Josh Ortiz was a man that tried to come up or correction, that was Adrian Mora trying to make the stop. The guy with the football breaking a tackle for a few seconds, Jesse Molina, the quarterback. And it looked like when they ran up to the line of scrimmage, nobody was set. They went ahead and let the ball be snapped to the officials, and then breaking out of the pile and trying to move up the field was the quarterback, Molina. And it looked like apparently somebody got a hand on that collar and threw him down, but kind of wonder if that play should even started off there. It should have been a false start, I think. You can't have the whole line moving forward before the snap comes. I mean, you got to be set.
That's right. I mean, they went fast, man, and went on before I was even to lay my eyes on the field. And, man, yeah, I believe the ball wasn't set, man, from my standpoint and where I'm at, man.
All 11 guys from the huddle came sprinting up to line of scrimmage and hiked immediately with nobody set on the line.
That's right.
Officials having a discussion. The horse collar was the call on the flag. Oh, boy, they just waved it off. So no horse collar foul there. And so was that not a first down? So ball going to go back to the Hobbs Eagles. Kind of a weird situation there. Turnover on downs for El Paso Parkland. It appeared that Molina had got away from the pile. They must have called him dead behind the line. They're keeping the 4th down marker up there, though. Officials are still having a discussion here. When we saw Molina come out of the pile and then somebody pulled him by the shirt and flipped him down, it looked like his forward progress had been the first down, but I'm not sure what they're doing here because now all the 5 officials having a powwow, having a discussion about the play. Hobbs ran out the field like they were going to get the ball back, but now we got a delay with the officials.
Yes, man, you just don't know what's going on out there, man. You know, when all the refs get together like this, man, something has to happen. Something has to go down.
Molina was the guy with the football, the ball carrier that time, the quarterback. I'm anxious to see. They still have the 4th down stick over there. They got footballs being exchanged. They're rolling footballs off the field. Here we go with the official here, the white cap, to make the call with his mic, hopefully. Personal foul. Unsportsmanlike conduct against the Eagles. That should be a dead ball foul, though. So if he didn't get the first down, it should be Hobbs football. Yes, it is, thankfully. So they didn't get the first down, but they call a dead ball or unsportsmanlike against the Eagles. That would be a 15 mark-off against them. They still get the ball on the turnover on downs, though. I still don't understand that Molina looked like he might have had the first, but I guess they must have called him dead behind the line of scrimmage there. And then he kind of bounced out, and then they called the horse collar. They took that foul away, called unsportsmanlike on the Eagles. So kind of confusing, but Eagles football at the 41. They bring him out of motion, Beatty right to left to make it a trips, but they call the flag halfway through the motion. Looks like the coaching staff for Parkland yelling at the line judge over here. He wasn't too happy about that. 5-yard penalty against Hobbs, and boy, so many handkerchiefs tonight, Soft.
Yes, man, I've been seeing them a lot, and again, man, those right there, those flags kind of slow down games, waste plays, and you don't want to see too much of that, man, when we're trying to, move forward. 11
penalties against the Eagles, just 1 against Parkland. The direct snap to Beatty as he comes around the left end, 35, gets tripped up and somersaults forward to the 40, a late flag on the play. That'll be a 3-yard pickup, but that might be against the Eagles. That would bring it back another few yards here. It was the head linesman on the far left sideline calling throwing the flag on that one as Beatty was almost done with his run. Kind of a late flag on that call. Here we go and see what the official has on this one. Holding penalty against the Eagles. Wow.
You want to be able to move your feet, when every time you get a holding, that means somebody's on the field is not moving their feet. And, that's what a coach used to tell me, move your feet. Holds won't be called if you move your feet.
105 yards in penalties for the Eagles, 5 against El Paso Parkland. 1st and 24 now from the Eagle 28. Shotgun, Medrano handoff up the middle. Nelson breaks the tackle, 35 with the juke move, 40, 45, 50, and 2. El Paso Parkland territory. That was DeMarcus Hill, on that one. So DeMarcus Hill gets 24 that he needed for the first down, make it 26 with the extra. So Hill coming on with the spark plug mentality there. 10 carries for 56 yards, the 14th first down. Now at the Parkland 45-yard line, middle of the field.
Way to cut up the field by Hill. That's how you cut up the field. That's what you want to see on this great Friday night football.
Twins left, receiver right, shotgun Medrano, rolls left, wants to throw, pump fake to the far left sideline in front of the Hobbs Eagle bench, continues to go towards the sideline, And he gets a big wall of Parkland defenders. Forward progress gets him about 2, maybe 3 yards on the play. They'll mark it at the 42. About 2.5, close to 3 for Medrano. He's got 3 carries for 26 here in the second half. And 126 overall for the Eagles rushing game. 2nd down and 7 now from the 42 of Parkland. Shotgun to Medrano. He's going to fire the out route. Oh, through this outstretched hands. And he might have heard some footsteps coming at him that time. And kind of a banana route going to the near right sideline as he threw it past the fingertips of Hill, who definitely should have pulled that one in. But I think he felt a safety or a corner going to be drilling him after a potential catch here, but incomplete.
And it seemed like the linebacker on the defense kind of tipped the ball a little bit.
Eagles are 11 of 16 now in the passing game. 3rd down and 7 now from the 42. Twins left and right. Shotgun to Medrano. Fakes the pass that heads up the middle. Tries to backpedal. He's going to go down, but he does get positive yardage. Looks like 2 for Medrano to the 40, but he needed to get to the 35. So big call for Coach Stevens here. 2-yard pickup for Medrano. Big decision for Coach Stevens on a 4th down and 5 at the 40 of Parkland. 1:45 and ticking here in the 3rd. Eagles up by 15, 29-14. Eagles going to go for it. Split formation backfield. Shotgun Medrano. Delay handoff on the right end. Flea flicker. Ortiz going to throw it down the near sideline. Trying to get it to the receiver who gets bounced between 2 defenders. That was Justice French. He was getting knocked around a little bit there. On both shoulders, it was Jamal Rocha and Tylik Douglas. No call on the play. Incomplete. The ball goes back on downs to Parkland. Incomplete pass. Eagles now 11 of 17 in the passing game, and that'll give Parkland the football at their own 40-yard line, but they trail Hobbs by 15, 29-14, 1:31 left, 3rd quarter. Oh, injured Hobbs Eagle going to be leaving the field. We had an injury earlier with the official timeout as they're telling us that they're helping him off the field. Oh, he has his jersey off, unfortunately, so we can't check that number. Rolling right, the throw on the run by Molina. He just kind of lofts it out to unload it as the pressure was coming at him on the 35 at the far sideline. Nice chase there for the Hobbs Eagles defense. That was Amron Wheeler, the DE, defensive end, is sprinting after him. He was on the right side of the defensive line, but was on the far left of the field chasing the quarterback to the sideline.
Yes, man, putting a lot of pressure on him. That's what you want to do. You want to be able to put the pressure on the quarterback where you have no choice but to throw it. You know, either throw it or run it. So either or, you want to be able to make pressure upon the quarterback.
Parkland 6 of 12 in the passing game. All 6 receptions by Rocha. 2nd down and 10 from the 40 for the Matadors in their own side of the field. Twins left and right, shotgun. Molina handoff up the middle. Not going much there. Maybe a forward progress situation, but going down hard on that one. That was Carter Perez. No pickup on the play. 0 on that one.
And way to stop the play by the defensive end. Man, heck of a play.
Getting in there first for the Eagles was Jeremiah Mackey, defensive tackle, but did get some help on that left side of the line. 3rd down and 10 now from the 40 for the Matadors. Shotgun, Molina with trips left. He's going to roll the left side, the strong side. His pass deflected. Getting some big hands in the air once again. That's Amron Wheeler. He's 6'3", 215. He got his hands up high. He also plays basketball and rejected that pass about 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage. Quarterback rolling left that time, Molina, and swats it down big with both hands.
And, man, that's how you make a play right there. You want to be able to pressurize the quarterback and then also be able to defect this pass as well.
4th down and 10. Now with the Matadors trailing by 15 with 49 seconds left in the 3rd quarter, do you go for it when you have it on your own 40-yard line?
At this point, you might want to go for it, man, with making plays with receivers like Rocha, man. It's been good. So, I mean, if they can throw it to him, they might.
Twins left and right, shotgun. Molina behind the line of scrimmage, back at the 32 with a 3-step drop, dancing around. He's going to roll left. Got 3 defenders going after him to the 30. He'll just toss it out of bounds on the left side of the field to the Parkland bench to unload it, and that's all she wrote, incomplete. So good pressure by the Eagles. A couple of guys in there. Once again, Amron Wheeler, boy, he's doing a job here. late in this game, and also helping with that, Jeremiah Mackey. So that kid is not a sprinter on the track team. He's got 255. He's got 5'11", but he's going to get those nimble feet on the football field.
And that's what you want to see out there on the football field, man, especially coming from a defensive line, man, play. Man, you want to be able to make pressure like that on the quarterback and be able to make plays.
Turnover on downs, third time that's happened for Parkland. There are 2 punts on top of that. Eagle football, first and 10 at the Parkland 40. Twins right and left, and we got another false start penalty. They call this with Ortiz going in motion from left to right. So once again, more penalties flying for the Eagles. 13 penalties called against Hobbs, 1 against Parkland. A 5-yarder on this one. First and 15 from the 45-yard line now in Parkland territory. Eagles, Twins left and right. Medrano wait for the shotgun. Gives a handoff last second there to Jesse Nelson, who powers through. Trying to get back some of that penalty yardage. Gets 3 of it at least. So Nelson now with 4 carries for 16 yards, all coming in the second half. Clock's going to run to 17. Eagles will hurry up offense. Second down and 12. Shotgun. Medrano going to roll right. Has 2 receivers out there. Throws the out route right near the sideline. Tiptoe for Justice French, and he gets the first down. Nope, maybe shy by a couple yards. Sorry about that. Oh, we got a late flag, too. To see this happen on the near sideline. 8-yard pickup for French on the catch. Eagles now 12 of 18 in the passing game. 7 catches for Justice French for 56 yards. Still waiting to see what the call is on the near sideline. Looks like it might go against the Hobbs Eagles. They're marching it backwards now.
You want to be able to hold your tongue on the field, no matter the play, no matter what it is. You don't want to be able to talk back to the refs. You want to be able to, be able to respect the refs and their job out there so the ball can keep moving forward.
That'll be a personal foul against the Eagles, unsportsmanlike. They've had 3 of those in this ball game. Backs it up to the 49, 49 of the Matadors after a 15-yard mark-off. Boy, we've already had a delay and a lot of penalties being called against the Eagles. Again, continue to go backwards. Officials going to have a discussion here. Does that run out the clock? Yes, it does. The end of the third, finally, Sovereign. It is 29-14. Hobbs up by 15. It doesn't feel like a game that you're up by 15. I guess you got some good scoring, which gives you that cushion, but hasn't been a pretty one. The weather or the transpiration of the flags that have been thrown all over the place.
Yes, man, and with the delays and everything like that, you don't want to be causing more penalties on the team or on yourself, to keep pushing you back, to keep having another delay of game, a form of delay of game, and, man, you just don't want that. So hopefully with this last quarter, we don't see no more flags from the Eagles, and this game can just keep pushing forward and moving forward.
Take a quick 30-second break. Eagles up by 15. Back in half a minute. As we get ready to start the fourth quarter, they've got the chains all tangled up on the Hobbs Eagles sideline, adding insult to injury here. Hobbs had marked 14 penalties for 125 yards in this game. El Paso Parkland 1 for 5. I won't say anything else about that. Third down and 20 for Hobbs at the 49 of the Matadors. Hobbs up by 15, though. That's the good part of this game right there with the scoring Eagles have had in this contest.
And that's right. It gives them leverage, give them a little breathing room. But again, you still don't want to let up. You got 12 minutes in this last quarter, so you still want to be able to take it up a notch.
Trips left, receiver right for the Eagles. Back in shotgun goes Medrano. He has Hill on his left shoulder. Gets a good shotgun snap. He's going to fire it down with a fade route to the left side, but it's intercepted back at the 20. Picked off for Parkland by Douglas, and he's pulled down hard quickly by Braddock Beatty, one of the receivers for the Eagles. And so the INT for Douglas. That'll be the Eagles' second turnover. They had a fumble earlier in this ball game. And it kind of just lofted it out there down the field to the 20, and that was a bit of a 28-yard pass play there, but receivers were kind of spread out. The ball was thrown inside, and the defender there, Douglas, just waiting for it.
And you know what? Great route by the receivers. Just the ball was a little bit overthrown. And, again, like I said, Ty, man, even though we're at the last quarter and you do have breathing room, you still don't want to let the opponent team to be able to have a chance to come back.
They have it at the 20-yard line. Do the Matadors trailing by 15. Fourth quarter action. Trips right, receiver left. Waiting for the shotgun is Molina. Well, they got the line judge throwing the flag here. Looks like somebody might have been in the neutral zone for the Hobbs Eagles, but the official talking to the Whitecap, they're going to wave the flag off. Of course, in Texas, if you jump across and come back, as long as you go in the backfield, it's not a penalty, kind of like the NFL. We don't have that rule in New Mexico. Hobbs did that earlier in the game, wasn't called as well. Trips right as we go back to shotgun. Molina wants to throw. He's dancing around, scampering left. He's got pressure, flag down. Rolls to the left side and just dumps it out of bounds. He didn't want to get sacked. And he was getting chased hard by the Eagles. Got a couple of guys after him and led in the charge there by Aiden Glum, the linebacker. The flag was thrown at the 32-yard line on the near sideline here, where the receiver and cornerback were coming against each other. Kind of wondering what this call is going to be. Nice pressure again by Glum on the other side of the field left. Holding penalty against the defense. Wow. Automatic first down here in Texas. 15 penalties for 135 yards, Sovereign.
Man. You just don't want to be able to allow the offense to get leverage like that, especially by, mistakes where flags are thrown a lot. So, man, I believe we can just, scrape it up, get it up, and get our hands back in the game.
Let's add a hold call on Robert Garcia, the cornerback. High snap, twins left and right, rolling left, a dump into the left flat, caught at the 30. As going across the line of scrimmage and continuing down is Perez. Maybe about 2 yards if he's lucky on that one. Only the first receiver outside of Rocha that's had a catch in this game. So that will be the first for Perez. 7 of 15 in the passing game. They give him 2 yards on the play. Second down and 8 now from the 33-yard line. Shotgun, Molina with a 2-step drop. He's trying to get his receivers to come back to help, rolling right. Lots of time, though. Finally getting a chase for the Eagles by Wheeler. He throws out of bounds at the Parkland bench on the near right. Boy, Wheeler's been getting through a lot tonight and got some speed out there and some size to go along with it.
Man, he's actually getting to it, man, especially like you said, for his size. Man, he got a pretty much a good speed on him, and so, man, he's using that speed out there on the field, and that's what I love to see.
Incomplete on that one. Brings up a 3rd down and 8 at the 32-yard line. Still in we got another penalty. And it's going to be a holding against Parkland. They're only their second penalty of the contest, 15 yards total. Haven't seen that called much in this game. Backed it up to the 22 now. So that'll be a 2nd down. Have it on the left hash. 2nd down and 18 from the 22-yard line. 10:50 left in the 4th. 29-14 Eagles. Trying to get their 3rd win of the season. Trips right, receivers 2 to the left. By himself in the backfield is Molina. Takes a shotgun snap. 3-step drop. Steps up. Wants to run. Then backpedals. Has defense coming at him hard. And he slips, but he's knocked down first, though. And then slipped to the turf after that. Has taken a shot on him for the Hobbs Eagles. Joseph Reza, the linebacker.
And that's what you want to do as outside linebackers. You want to be able to contain that outside. That if the quarterback want to be able to run this way, he can't, and he have no choice but to, so that's what you want to do as an outside linebacker. So great plays by the linebackers.
So that will be a loss on the play. -6 on that one. Brings up a 3rd down and 25. Trips right, receiver left. Ball at the 15-yard line. Shotgun snap. 3-step drop. Molina back to pass. Stays at the 5, then lofts it to the near sideline. A spiral, but throws it behind his defender or his receiver at the 40. He tried to look back outside. He was looking inside first, then trying to turn his shoulders, but the ball was thrown to the sideline, incomplete. And that quarterback's been throwing a lot of stuff out of bounds to get away from pressure. That time he did try to get it to his receiver, but way to the right into the sideline, incomplete. 7 of 17 in the passing game for Parkland. 4th down and 25 now. Ball at the 15. In punt formation. Back deep at the 4-yard line. Waiting for the snap for the Matadors is Juan Roque. also the kicker. They've got enough players out on the field. Going to have to call a timeout and to get the personnel right where they need them. Clock stop at 9:53 left, fourth quarter. 29-14 Eagles by 15 over the Parkland Matadors. Come back with us in 30 seconds on the Hobbs Eagle Network.
The scoreboard just went off.
Hey, did we lose our YouTube? Back to live action, a punt coming from the Matadors from the 6-yard line. A high one. Spiral, caught at the 49, into territory of the Matadors to the 40, 35, stop and go to the 30, 25, 15, or 17-yard line, and near the Hobbs Eagles sideline. Return man for the Hobbs Eagles, accelerating down the field. Double checking the number on that. I believe that was Adrian Mora. Man returning for the Eagles into great territory now.
Great punt return. Great, wonderful punt return.
Yep, started at the 49 and got it back to the 22, so 27 yards on the return for Mora. And they are knocking at the door once again. Eagles love to extend their 15-point lead right now with 9:40 remaining here in the fourth. That was the third punt of the game for the Matadors. 3 turnovers on downs as well. Eagles with twins left, receiver right. Shotgun for Madrano. And before he hands the ball off, whistle's blowing here in the backfield as the white cap. I don't see a flag down, though. Okay. A lot of miscommunications by the officials here, getting the ball ready for play. Twins left, receiver right, making the handoff. They're going to throw the out route, coming back. Ooh, off the fingertips, slapping the turf. He thought he should have had the catch there, and that was Beatty on that far right. Kind of stepped toward the sideline and came back for the football that time. More of a curl than a out route there. Got the defender back back deep, about 10 yards downfield. Incomplete, though, for the Eagles, who are now 7 of 18 in the passing game. Quick reset, 2nd and 10 from the 22. Next time the out route, caught by Beatty at the 15, going right back to the well. This time hits pay dirt there. And that might be enough for the first down, maybe 9 yards. They dropped the sticks for some reason. They're going to give him 9 on that one. So Beatty gets the catch. That's his 4th for 40 yards. Eagles now 8 of 20 or make that 13 of 20 in the passing game. 3rd and short at the 13. Get the handoff up the middle, going hard across the 10, the 5, the touchdown. That's Nelson getting the score. As Nelson going in from 13 yards out. His 5th carry of the ball game, this one for the touchdown. Has 29 yards on the ground and now 6 points to his name. Eagles extend the lead to 21, pinning the PAT.
Man, you got to give it to Nelson, man. The way he just ran up the middle, man, was a great run by Nelson, man.
And getting ready for the kick now as Beatty will do the chore here. 9:14 left in the contest. Ortiz gets the snap, gets it down. The kick is up, and the kick is good. 9:14 left, fourth quarter. Hobbs up by 21 here in El Paso, make it 22, 36-14. We'll take the quick breather and back live with more Hobbs Eagle football in El Paso on the Hobbs Eagle Network.
What is the score over there, though? Because it's showing 29-14
Hobbs Eagle kickoff, big return. Bringing it back for Parkland is Tyler Douglas. Start at the 25. See where they got him stepping out. It looks like the 42-yard line. 47, thank you. It's about a 22-yard return for Douglas. Good field position for Parkland, but they got to be moving pretty quickly here. Down by 22 with 9:07 remaining in the fourth. This lightning delayed ball game. A lot of rain earlier, but it's tapered off here in the fourth and mostly of the third as well. They'll have it at the 47-yard line. 1st and 10 for the Matadors. They come sprinting off the sideline onto the field. Molina still a quarterback for the Matadors. Twins left and right. Shotgun. One-step drop. Throwing the out route. A high one. Over the shoulder. Caught at the 50. 3-yard pickup. Standing in bounds. Off the snag. And coming down with it that time was Christian Martinez. That's going to be a 4-yard pickup for Martinez. His first catch of the night. 8th reception for the Matadors. 2nd down and 6. He's going to throw the out route again to the near side 40. It might have been thrown a little bit too far outside and off the hands anyway of the receiver, Jamal Rocha. Double coverage against him that time for the Eagles. Robert Garcia and Gavin McPherson, the linebacker. Incomplete. 3rd down and 7 from the 50. Trips left, receiver right. One man running back in the backfield with the quarterback, Molina. That is Elijah Gonzalez. Big 5-step drop back to the 40. Going to roll right, does Molina. Chase to the near sideline. He'll just toss it up the field, and kind of a dangerous throw. There was 4 Eagle defenders at the 40. The receiver was way down the field trying to come back to help his quarterback out, Ethan Lozano, but one of any number of defenders for the Eagles going to pick that off, including Gavin McPherson, Aiden Glum, the 2 linebackers down there. Cornerback was there on the near side as well, and that was Robert Garcia, but incomplete.
And it seems like the defensive coach is making the linebackers blitz, and man, by them doing that, man, it's making pressure on the quarterback, and so it's stopping them in the backfield.
Roughing the quarterback penalty late on that one from the Hobbs Eagle defense, so another 15-yarder tacked on. They've had 16 penalties for 150 yards, a field and a half, and that will be a 1st down also for El Paso Parkland, their 9th of the ball game. Having it at the Eagles 35 on the right hash. Yeah, once again, 16 penalties called so far in this one against Hobbs.
Wow, 16 penalties. Man, you don't want 16 penalties in a game like this.
Although you do have a 22-point lead with 7:35 remaining. Shotgun. Blade will throw the screen on the right side. Kind of a backward pass that time. Caught at the 40, but it's behind the line. Going to be a 5-yard loss, even though a good catch in traffic by Jamal Rocha. That's his first negative catch of the ball game. Hobbs is swarming him the minute that touched his hands. Good coverage coming in. Garcia over there, of course, the defensive back for Hobbs. Trips left, receiver right. 2nd down, they're only giving him a 4-yard loss. Back to pass. Molina back behind the 45-yard line. He's going to scamper right, but he's going to get ripped to the ground. Is picked up and thrown down by Wheeler. Cameron Wheeler, boy, continues to penetrate here in this 4th quarter.
Man, Wheeler's like a monster out there, man. The way I'm seeing him, man, for his size and him using his speed, oh, man, he's looking like a monster out there, man. He's very much pressure on the quarterback.
Yep, -3 on the play, back at the 42 now. Going to bring up a 3rd down and 18 for Parkland at their Eagle 42. Trips left, receiver right. Hobbs up by 22. 3-step drop back at the 50. Millie going to fire it. Spiral down the near sideline on the fade. Diving for it over the top of the defender that time. That was the receiver, Jamal Rocha. He went over the top of Garcia, who was kind of crouched down a little bit. Receiver came right on top of his back that time. Ball gets knocked to the turf. Incomplete. Long throw down to the 10-yard line. Been about a 50 down. That's a 40-yard pass. A nice spiral on, just a little bit short, but both players having a chance to try to get a catch on that, both the defender and the receiver.
And you know what? You got to give it to Rocha, man. Rocha's been getting open for the offensive team and trying to make plays out there for the team. So I clap it up and flowers to him.
9 receptions for Parkland. 4th down and 17. Back to pass, Molina. He'll do the little flat pass to the left side to the 35 at the original line of scrimmage, so picks up some of the drop back yardage they had before. And that's going to be a 10-yard pickup, but not enough anywhere close to the 1st down. Another catch by Rocha, shy by about 6 yards. And that'll be a turnover on downs once again. 4th time that's happened in this game for the Matador offense. But Rocha doing a majority of the catches for Parkland in the game. He's got 8 total. And 5 of those catches in the second half. Eagle football. Definitely want to run some clock with 6:20 remaining and a 22-point lead, Saab.
Yeah, most definitely you want to be able to move up the field, run some clock, man, and be able to get it over with, you know, and be able to take home the dub.
Trips left, receiver right for the Eagles at their own 34, 1st and 10. Medrano clapping his hands hard to see if the defense will jump off. 4 on the front for Parkland. Now dancing around the backfield. Still hasn't got a snap yet. Then finally does. Delay handoff coming left and getting met hard. Looks like a face mask is trying to break away from it. And now finally getting dropped in the backfield. This will be a 15-yard penalty you can expect as Nelson's face mask was ripped in the backfield. They should mark that from the original line of scrimmage, at least in New Mexico, that's where it comes from.
Yes, man. Having a face mask like that, man, can be very scary, man. You don't want to hurt the player like that, so, man, it was a big face mask.
No signal yet from the official, but that's what I saw in that backfield here. Should be a personal foul. Yep, 15-yard penalty, face mask. That's the first big one against Parkland in this game. They have 3 penalties for 30 yards. And that'll also move the chains for the Eagles. Their 16th first down of the contest. So have it now at their own 49, leading by 22 with 6:12 remaining. They'll start the clock once again. That was a live ball foul. Sent 3 receivers left on the trips, 1 right in front of the Hobbs Eagle bench. Hobbs trying to get their 3rd win of the season. Parkland would come back to win this one. They would break 500, go 2-1. Back in shotgun goes Medrano. He has Nelson back with him. Long delay, then the handoff. No, he takes it back. Rolls around the left end, 50, 45, and backpedals a little more for a few more yards. He can get about 8, maybe 9 with that final push. Martinez wraps him up there. That's going to be a 9-yard pickup for the Hobbs quarterback. It's 37 yards here in the second half. Had 95 in the first half for 142. Second down and 1 now from the 42-yard line. Eagles just taking some time. They're not having a huddle, but they're looking to the sidelines. Let the clock run with 5:15 remaining, up by 22. 2 receivers head left, 2 to the right. Even it up on the receiving core. Medrano back in shotgun, along with Nelson. Gives it to Nelson up the gut. Going to take the pile with him across the 40. That will be enough for the first down. So he ends up with 4. That'll be the 6th carry for Nelson for 33 yards, all coming in the second half. That will be the 17th first down for the Eagles. Keep that clock running at 4:50 remaining. And a big game next week. Hobbs taking on Las Cruces, who upset Cleveland tonight. 1-2 in that big game up there in Rio Rancho.
And it will be in Las Cruces, so, man, it's going to be huge. It's going to be big, man. It's going to be a game to see.
At the Field of Dreams, of course, on the campus of New Mexico State. Or not on the campus of New Mexico State, but in Las Cruces. Man in motion, Ortiz left to right. Here come the flags again. 3 flying this time. It seems like we've been calling this motion every single time that it's happened from the receiving corps. Not quite sure what they're getting on this, but another 5-yard penalty against the Eagles. Their 17th penalty of the ball game for 155 yards. So, back it up to the 43 of the Matadors. Eagles facing a 1st and 15. Twins left and right. Clock back to restart at 4:20. Toronto claps his hands for the shotgun snap. Gives the handoff angle right to Nelson, 40, and slung down at the 37-yard line. So he gets back the penalty yardage. Adds a couple more there. 7-yard pickup for Nelson. 40 yards in carries so far on 7 attempts. Second down and 9 for the Eagles at the 37 of the Matadors. Pair of receivers right and left. Medrano getting that shotgun situation again. High snap. Give it right back to Nelson up the middle. 35-30, hurdling a player, 25, heads right to the hash, and is brought down at the 22. He's going to get, looks like 15 on that one for Nelson. Moves the chains again. The 18th first down for the Eagles, his biggest run of the night so far for Nelson.
Man, you got to give it to Nelson, man. Nelson runs the football hard every time, man, and he gets up quick and ready for the next play, and so that's what I love about that player, Nelson.
Also a junior, too, so he's got one more season as a Hobbs Eagle. Kind of slated the number 3 running back. They looked him possibly number 2 this year, but different injuries that have happened have kind of changed the complexion of the Eagles so far in this season. 1st and 10 from the 22. Give it back to Nelson on the right end. 20, 15, 10, cuts up the middle, 5, and gets his ankle sweep from behind, able to roll forward for a few more, getting close to the end zone that time. So it goes from the 21 down to the 1, a 20-yard pickup for Nelson. That's his best run of the game. 75 yards on the ground so far for Nelson on 9 carries. And Eagles getting ready to score again, up by 22 and 3 minutes remaining. 1st and goal from the 1. That's their 19th first down. Hand off to Nelson. He's trying to dive over the pile. He's going to get tied up there close back to the 1. No gain on the play for Nelson that time. But he's trying to get that end zone the best he can. Coming up underneath the pile to stop him from lunging over the goal line was Jacob Lara, the linebacker for the Matadors. 36-14 your score. Twins left, receiver right. John runs up underneath the center, gets down in a low crouch, comes around right, tries to back it in for the touchdown and scores. A 1-yard plunge. Good backpedal work there for Medrano for the score. His 2nd touchdown of the ball game at a 46-yarder for a rushing TD in the first half. Making another 1-yarder in the second for 2 scoring runs by Medrano.
Man, Medrano's been playing tonight, man. I enjoyed watching Medrano, man, you know, taking the weight up on his shoulders and carrying it and just moving on forward as a quarterback.
Clock at 2:20 remaining, waiting for Beatty on the PAT. It's like the Matadors have one more possession in this ball game. On this late night, here's the sidewinder kick inside the left upright for the extra point. 43-14, your Eagles up by 29 here in El Paso with 2:20 left in the 4th. 30-second break. We're coming back with more Hobbs Eagle football live on the radio and the internet.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
43-14 your score. Your Hobbs Eagles hitting Parkland Matadors on the road tonight in El Paso. Mentioning the scoring of Medrano, 2 rushing touchdowns for 46 and 1. Nelson's added a 13-yard rushing touchdown as well, so that's a total of 3 for the Hobbs Eagles. Pass reception for a touchdown for Beatty and 14-yarder there. And also for Brian Estrada catching a ball for 24 and a score. In 2:20 remaining, the kickoff for the Eagles coming off the foot of Jaden Taylor. Sells it down to the 20 far left to the 25. Coming up the middle to the 30 and down at the 32-yard line. As returning for the Matadors was Andrew Vera. Possibly the last scoring chances here for the Matadors, down by 29. Again, they've had a 1-1 season up to this point, heading into this game with the loss to Ysleta and also beating El Paso Riverside. Hobbs Eagles, of course, with wins against Lovington, Roswell last week. Lost to Artesian game 2 of the season. Next week at Las Cruces, the Field of Dreams on Friday night. Number 2 team in the state, and maybe after the win tonight, move to number 1 before that game on Friday. 1st and 10 for the Matadors at their own 32, trailing by 29. They got those 3 running backs in the backfield. Shotgun to Molina, handed off to the right, coming across the 35 and going down on his backside there after about a 3-4 yard pickup. That is Perez. And he is wrapped up by Dylan Sanchez, the defensive lineman for the Eagles. They give him, boy, a big liberal spot on that one, a 5-yard pickup. And that's going to Perez, who has had 10 yards in the second half, 16 overall on 8 carries. 2-minute timeout, 2-minute warning here as we'll take the break as well. 30 seconds, and we're back live on the Hobbs Eagle Network. Eagles up by 29.
We're clear. Yes, it did.
Technology, I think my internet is tripping out here.
15. Five, four, three, two, 1.
2 minutes left here in the fourth quarter. Your Hobbs Eagles lead 43-14 over El Paso Parkland. They have the football at their 36-yard line. Second down and 6 for the Matadors. Eagles with 4 in the front box defensively. They get the handoff up the middle. Break and tackle 40, 45 near sideline, 50 in Hobbs territory, and run out to 46. A 20-yard pickup for number 20. That is Elijah Gonzalez. Hasn't had many carries in the second half. He had 27 yards at halftime, 55 overall now. That was his make it 15th carry of the ball game. Does get a first down. That's the 10th of the game for the Matadors at the Eagles 46. Back to pass, Molina, 2-step drop out of the shotgun, spiral over the shoulder, down the near sideline, down to the 5, but it bounces off the receiver. That was a throw from the 50 down to the 5, but comes off the shoulder pad, it appeared, of Jamal Rocha, who's been the go-to guy in the receiving corps. And had some coverage, of course. We've been seeing, maybe they may even have a new cornerback in here. I think that's been a change-up.
Yes, man, and that's what I love to see, man. Getting some players in the game, man, let them get in the feel of it, and be able to make some great plays, man, and great coverage by the corner.
Yeah, that was Leo Jaquez came in for Garcia. Hand up the middle to the 40, 35, and brought down at the 32-yard line. That'll be a 14-yard pickup. We'll move the chains for the Matadors, 14 for Perez. That's his best run of the night. He's got 40 yards on 9 carries so far. That's the 11th first down for the Matadors at the Eagle 33. Handoff up the middle, this time to Gonzalez. Brick wall as he is brought down near the line of scrimmage. Not sure if he's going to get anything on the forward progress that time. Met first by Hector Mendoza. Get some action on that front line. Or maybe that's Oliver Hernandez. Look like 58. Might be a 68 there. No, it looks like the 58. Normally Mendoza plays the offensive line. No gain on the play for Gonzalez. Second down and 10 from the 33. Back to pass. Molina out of the shotgun. Throws the quick striker to the far left in the flat on the screen pass, and getting out of bounds after about a 2-yard pickup to stop the clock was Perez. 2-yard pickup for Perez. Only a second catch for 4 total. 11th reception for the Matadors on 27 attempts. Third down and 8 now from the 31 of the Eagles on the left hash. Clock at 50 seconds remaining, and Hobbs up 43-14, a 29-point lead. A lot different than last year's game. Hobbs winning by 4 at Watson Stadium at home.
Wow, man, so it's been a big improvement, man, this year. And, man, I love to see it, man. I didn't enjoy this game, and this game, man, has been great.
Fake the handoff, rolling right, Molina. He's going to tuck and go to the 30 near sideline, 25 as he tiptoes out of bounds. They're actually going to mark it. Whoa, boy, way ahead of that, 23-yard line. Like he stepped out closer to the 25 there. As he's going to get 9 on that one is the quarterback, Molina. Move the chains as well. That'll be 12 first downs for the Matadors. 21 yards on the ground for Molina as they mark it at the 23-yard line. Clock stops at 43 left fourth quarter, 43-14 Eagles. Matadors send a receiver left and right. Split formation backfield with 2 running backs and the quarterback in the middle waiting for the shotgun. Fakes the pitch left, rolls right, throws the out route, caught at the 20, 15 up the sideline, 10 right side, and knocked out of bounds at the 9. And that will be they said at the 14-yard line. So that's going to be 9. Nope, they're going to give him 10 on that one. As they'll give that one on the catch. 10-yard pickup for Elijah Gonzalez. First down pickup as well, 13 in the game so far. Molina going to go back to pass, two-step drop, throws another out route, but through the hands of the intended receiver at the 5, near sideline on the out route. That was Jamal Rocha, incomplete. Tried to lunge out there the best he could to pull that in near the near side to get out of bounds, but incomplete. Second out and 10 now from the 14. Clock stop at 33 seconds left on the incomplete. Correction, make that the 13-yard line. Load him up in the backfield once again. Receiver left and right. Man in motion right to left. Give it to the tailback. Stutter step. Tries to go outside and cuts it back in. Left hash. Trying to backpedal some more yards. Carter Perez. Took a while for them to stop the action there. As coming up to wrap up first was Uzziah Reyes, the defensive back. To get it down to the 9-yard line. That's a 4-yard pickup for Perez. Timeout called for the Matadors with 20 seconds remaining. There'll be a third down, and they need to get it to the 4-yard line, currently at the 9. So 5 yards is what they need, but more importantly for them, they like to score. They're not going to get back in this ball game, but want to get above the 20 mark if they can. To back next week, Field of Dreams Friday night. It'll be the Hobbs Eagles taking on potentially number 1 Las Cruces after picking off Cleveland tonight, so that should be an exciting game. Of course, Las Cruces will be the first game of the district schedule for the Hobbs Eagles.
Man, it's going to be a fantastic game to see, man, to be able to go out there, man, which will be in Las Cruces, and it's going to be a game to see, so, man, it's something you do not want to miss, man.
Back to live action after the Parkland timeout. Both teams out in the field. They're down and 5 now from the 9-yard line for the Matadors. 3 in the backfield. Rolling right, Molina after the fake handoff left, goes around the 10, the 5, puts his brakes on, spins, and it's going to be drugged to the ground to the 4. That's about where he needed to get. Should be enough for the first down for Molina. Does get 5 on the play. Or are they going to say he was short? They're going to call it 4 and give him a short half a yard to go. And timeout Parkland. They'll talk about it one last time here. Well, now they change it to a first down, so that's a 5-yard pickup. That'll be the 14th first down for the Matadors. So looking back at this ball game, we see some rushing touchdowns for Medrano. Had 2 as the quarterback, of course. He is almost at 100 yards at halftime and got over that mark in the second half and scored the 1-yard touchdown. Also, Nelson seen some good action in this ball game. We expected to see him in uniform tonight and getting some good carries due to the fact that Hill came back on the squad after with an injury last week. But we've seen a couple of weeks of no football for Seamus Wright, who's still dealing with an ankle injury. First and goal now from the 3-yard line. Molina back to pass, 3-step drop, kind of dance around. Nobody coming back to get him. Goes it to the right corner of the end zone and wide open for the score. Just waited for the ball to get to his fingertips there. Heading to the back right pylon was Christian Martinez. 3-yard snag for the score back of the end zone. And I believe that's his second catch of the ball game for 3 yards on that one for the touchdown. 13th reception for the Matadors with 1 second remaining. Can't run the clock on this, but it's a 23-point lead pinning this kick or maybe 2-point conversion. So they're going to line up in the 2-point look. Those 3 running backs in the backfield along with the quarterback. Shotgun, Molina stays in the pocket, floats it down the right corner of the end zone again. This time ricocheting off the hands of Rocha. They're going to call a late flag. It looked like he just got pinned between 2 Hobbs Eagle defenders. They throw the flag on it. I don't know what else you're supposed to do when a receiver comes between you. I mean, you're expected to see some contact there. Jamal Rocha was the guy they were trying to throw to. Back deep for the Eagles near the back of the end zone. Leo Jaquez and Robert Garcia. They call the PI. Now, of course, that's half the distance when you're that close, 1.5. Move it up to the 1.5-yard line. That is the 18th penalty against the Eagles in this game, more than a field and a half of yardage. Bring him out of motion right to left. Had the ball on the left side of the line, and going in, tiptoeing through is Perez with a 2-point conversion. So that should be the final score of the ball game here. 1 second left. Last points being provided by Parkland, pinning the kickoff. Maybe the Eagles return it. I would expect them to down it as they catch the ball so they don't get anybody hurt coming back with the messed up play. 1 second left, 43-22. Eagles up by 3 touchdowns here in El Paso. The lightning delayed ball game that ran through halftime as they try to get back on track as we head close to 10:30 here. Of course, next week, Eagles be in Las Cruces for that Friday matchup from the district. You can hear our coaching staff screaming at Justice French on the kick return here. Getting ready to kick off the Matadors from their 40-yard line. Long game here tonight, of course, with the rain delay. Fans were told to exit the stadium due to lightning, etc. Looks like we're getting ready for an onside kick here for the Matadors, although they are down by 21. Man getting ready to kick off is Juan Roque. Onside kick, going to take a bounce to the 50, ricochets off an Eagle, rolls back to the 42, and Ortiz recovers, luckily, as it came off the chest pad there. Brian Estrada, but a recovery by Ortiz to end the ball game. It's in the books, 43-22. Your Hobbs Eagles with their 3rd win of the season, and their only win against Texas, the only time they play a Texas team this year. So 3-1 for them, and drops El Paso Parkland to 1-2. We'll take a 3-minute break, come back with the Hobbs Eagle postgame show live on Cool 95.7 on the radio, your Cool 95.7 app, HobbsAmerica.com, YouTube, and the Cool, and also several other locations around the NA. We'll be back. We're back in El Paso. Long game tonight due to a lightning delay, but your Hobbs Eagles get the W 43-22 and get their third win of the season. First game and only game against Texas, beating El Paso School. And again, great win here. Kind of a up and down game. Eagles up 7-6 when the delay happened. We waited a long time to get back onto action and get the win here on the road with the rain conditions, lightning, etc., and the penalties galore. I mean, 18 total penalties in the game. Well over a field and a half of those penalties in the contest. It looks like 100 and, let me see, 25, 30, 31. 156 and a half yards in this game in terms of penalties on those 18 flags that hit the turf.
Man, despite the delays and everything like that, man, overall it was a great game, a fantastic game, a game to see. And you're right, Ty, man, a lot of penalties I've seen on the field tonight, but the penalties didn't stop the Eagles from moving on forward, getting the dub, coming home with the W, and being able to play great football tonight.
Let's take a look at the numbers first for the Matadors. They had a couple of guys rushing for them in this game. Gonzalez, 16 for 55. Perez, 10 for 34. And Molina, the quarterback, 10 for 21. He did manage a rushing touchdown in the game for 1 yard. But no other running backs got in the end zone in this game, which they're typically getting at least 100-yard rushes a couple of times this season prior to this one.
And you know what, man? I seen some great players by them, and it was great, man. The only thing, man, is that I believe their offensive line, man, can be brought out a little bit more. And man, the three in the backfield, man, is great, man, for Parkland. And Parkland, man, did good, and they shocked me with all of the great plays that they done.
Hobbs kept him to only 110 rushing. They usually have one player in triple digits, but tonight the whole team on the running side, 110 total. So that's a good job by the Hobbs defense to shut that down. Passing department, Rocha was the go-to guy as he finished with 8 catches and 101 yards. He had a 9-yard touchdown reception, had a couple other double digits, 33, 21, and 14, leading the troops in the wide receiving core. Martinez, 2 catches for 7. Perez, 2 for 4. And Gonzalez had 1 for 10. They were 13 of 29 in the passing department for 122. So a team that runs the football more than anything else had more passing yardage tonight and finished with 232 total yards of offense. That's a feather in the cap of the Hobbs Eagle D. I mean, Amron Wheeler was getting through all night long at the defensive end position, definitely getting some pressure on the quarterback and the running backs.
Yes, man, he did, man, and he was definitely, man, getting in there, man, especially for his size and especially for his weight, man, and the speed that he's moving in. Man, it was great to see. And again, like you said, Ty, that, man, Rocha, man, was getting open, and I got to give special thanks, and I got to give flowers to Rocha, man. He was getting open for Parkland, man, to be able to make plays for him. Unfortunately, man, it didn't turn out the way they wanted to, but, man, again, it was a great game by both teams.
They had 14 first downs in the contest, so did move the football several times throughout the game, but they had 4 turnovers on downs and 3 punts. Only 3 penalties, though, for 30 yards. I mean, that, again, compared to the Eagles, field and a half. But, a lot of holding penalties called and some late flags coming in. I remember that one time our Eagles scored over the goal line. We have a flag coming in the minute he steps across the threshold there. So kind of some ugly stuff there. Looking at the Hobbs Eagles side, we got another guy in triple digits again, just like last week. It's Medrano, 14 carries, 133 yards, 2 touchdowns on the ground, a 46-yarder and a 1-yarder, and lots of other double-digit runs, 10, 14, 13, 15. This kid has a great vision of the field, knows where the openings are, and takes off, including that first one where he went down the right sideline in front of the Hobbs Eagle bench, and exciting stuff there to get the first score of the game for him.
Man, I enjoy seeing Medrano tonight, man. Medrano, started off the play tonight, by making that first touchdown and getting everything going and getting everything grooving. And the great thing about Medrano, man, as a quarterback, man, he also looks for his receivers, but he also know how to scoop low and scoop under the defensive line when it's coming at him to be able to make a play. So Medrano did great, man.
Jesse Nelson, 10 carries for 75 yards, all that coming in the second half. He scored a touchdown off a 13-yard run, had other runs of 10, 15, and 20, so a great job. And I guess you call him the third slot running back. Didn't get to start in the early part of the season, but he's come in when people have gone down. Seamus Wright, of course, DeMarcus Hill, so he's definitely a role position, and he's stepping up big when need be. DeMarcus Hill, though, even though he had an injury last week, 10 carries for 56 yards. 13-yarder and a 26-yarder in the second half. Only had 1 carry in the second half, but still stepped it up and ended up with half a football field of rushes. And so those are the dominant rushers in the game. We had Beatty on a couple reverses, a single reverse and a double reverse, 2 for 23, and Ortiz had 1 for 3. So 5 different ball carriers in this game. Eagles unofficially close to 300 yards rushing, 290 tonight.
Wow, man, that is great. That is great to see. And again, man, Eagles, man, have great running backs in the backfield, man. Like you say, when Seamus is out, man, you have Hill that come in. If Hill ends up being out, man, you have Nelson that come in. And when you have all three running backs like that to be able to make plays, man, and I was excited to see Nelson, man, especially seeing him, what he done against Roswell. I knew Nelson was going to come out here this game and be able to make some plays and make some great moves.
On the passing side, of course, Medrano, the quarterback, 13 of 20. For a total of 135. The leader, French Justice, 6 catches, 56 yards. No TDs, but he had a couple double-digit catches, 11, 11, and 18. Of course, Beatty, 4 catches for 40 yards, including a 14-yard touchdown pull-in for a score. Ortiz had 2 for 15, and last but not least, Estrada, 1 for 24. So 4 different receivers coming down with balls. Again, 13 of 20 for 135. Eagles offense tonight, 425 yards total compared to 232 for their opponent in this one. And that's a little less than doubling up on the offense of the Matadors in this ball game. Again, we mentioned the penalties being deadly, 18 total for over a field and a half of handkerchiefs coming down tonight. Eagles had 2 turnovers, an interception and a fumble, and still win the game big. 1 turnover on downs, but rest of the time they were putting stuff into the end zone and getting first downs to make that 19 first downs in the ball game for the Hobbs Eagles, and still getting a big win here on the road tonight, 43-22. A lot different than what we saw last year, a 4-point win, nail biter there at Watson Stadium.
Yes, man. So, man, and like you said, if it was only 4 points last game and last year's, and this game right here, man, that means this team right here, man, got something special, got something great. And again, like I was telling you, Ty, earlier, they have some dependable receivers you can depend on that can make plays. And then you have a quarterback that can be able to make, a great play. And also running backs in the backfield that can make great plays, man. So, man, it was a phenomenal game by the Eagles tonight.
Just got a text from Vincent Haynes, former star athlete for Hobbs program years ago, said that stepson, Jesse Nelson, excited to see him step up tonight. He wishes him a real nice return home after a big win on the road. Of course, speaking of being on the road, the Eagles are back on the road almost in the same vicinity here next week as they will take on Las Cruces High, a team that has a big win tonight. They knocked off Cleveland on the road in Rio Rancho. Big win for them. Final on that game was 38-34 in favor of Las Cruces High, who is now 4-0 on the season. That was Cleveland's first loss. They were ranked number 1 in the Max Preps poll. You would think that Las Cruces moves up to number 1 as they face the Eagles next week. Hobbs will come in right tonight. It's ranked 7th in the state in the 6A. I don't know if this Texas game will impact that at all, but will be a nice pick-off there at the Field of Dreams next week, Friday night.
Yes, it will, man, and it'll be a game to see, man. And again, man, all the mistakes that they have made tonight, man, if they scrape those up, man, get rid of those, man, train and practice on those, man, I believe, man, we can have a good game next week against Las Cruces.
So final score again tonight, 43-22. Eagles win by 21 here in El Paso. I'd like to thank our sponsors of Hobbs Eagle football this season, Lee County State Bank, Eastern New Mexico University, Lasco Construction, NMR Pipeline, Outlaw Sports Grill, Eunice Pump and Supply, the Hobbs Express, JBW Solutions, SunGuard Precision, Bel Air Bowl, Devon Energy, Badger, Master Plumbers, Forest Tire, TDS, and Divine Energy Services. I'd like to thank Tiffany and Abigail back at the station for backing us up tonight, getting scores. Also Evie as well. And for Sovereign and myself, Ty Friend, thanks for being with us tonight. Hobbs Eagle football victorious on the road in El Paso. See you next Friday night in Las Cruces against the Bulldogs. Have a great weekend out there.
You're clear.
Thanks a lot.